Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Saturday night. I hope everyone's doing well. Let's see who's here. Last Dance, RW. Good to see you guys in the green room. English Bottle Cap. Also present and accounted for. Thank you, sir. Hope everyone's having a nice week. First spelling looks to be correct on that, RW. And yeah, let's get this thing kicked off. If you guys are ready, how's the sound? Sound is good. All right. I feel like it's a little blurry. And whatever. What's up, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you. Pretty good. Hey, Eastwind, good to see you.
Happy Saturday, sir.
Yeah, same to you, man. I did the final major spring cleanup today of the property. 2 runs to the dump of leaves and sticks from the winter. And I didn't really clean up a big fall cleanup, so it was a lot. Pain in the ass, man. But good to get it all done in one day.
Yeah, it is because it sucks.
Yeah, I wanted to get it done. How are you doing?
Okay, I was able to tunnel under my sidewalk today.
No kidding.
Yeah, in the manner I planned. So something actually went according to plan.
Nice.
Yep. So that's about 3/4 of the project done now.
How did you tunnel under it? It's what, let's say 36 inches, 3 feet wide or so?
4 feet wide.
4 feet wide one, huh?
Yeah. So I made a little water jet out of PVC pipe and, put on a female threaded attachment on one end, PVC attachment, and another a reducing attachment from 3/4 inch to 1/2 inch on the other end.
Yep.
And then you screw the hose on to the hose adapter, threaded hose adapter attachment, and you just kind of pick your spot and put the water on, and it's mostly sand, really compressed sand, like feels like concrete, but it just dissolves in the water. So
you use primer and glue for your fittings?
No primer. Just
glue.
Just PVC cement.
Okay.
And just put the water on and turned it as I pushed, and in about 20 minutes I was through to the other side.
Awesome. Yeah. So you're just gonna bite the bullet and trench it out, and
well, that hole is all I need.
Okay.
Because now I have it's just going to put it's a small piece of conduit that fits small. I think it's a half inch PVC conduit, just enough room for one underground USB electrical cable.
UF cable, yeah, yep.
And just put it through there, and that's all there's to it.
Well, don't you have to run the cable the whole way, or not?
Well, it's. I think I've measured it. It's like 14 feet from.
Oh, that's not bad.
From the side of the garage where the PVC conduit is that goes down the garage and goes into the ground, and to the start of the driveway light, or the light fixture that I need to run the wire to. So the remaining part that is going to be a bitch, and I'm not sure if I'm going to succeed, is just basically the half inch or inch or two it takes to go from inside the garage where the junction box is into the PVC conduit that goes down the outside of the garage. Because I tried tugging on the wire, the wire that's in there, to see if something would move that's on the ground, and it's just doesn't budge. I don't know what the hell is going on back there because I can't see back there.
Right. Interesting. Huh. All right. Well, you're working your way towards it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're trying to avoid having to trench out the whole thing by reusing the conduit, right?
Well, the conduit is just the only conduit that's there now is just a little piece that goes into the garage,
Right.
and then does a right angle turn, runs down the wall of the garage,
Yep.
into
I see
the
what you're saying.
ground,
Mhm.
into the ground about a foot underground or a foot and a half. And that's it. That's all the conduit that's there. I'm not, just so that whatever happens to me or the next owner whatever happened to me doesn't happen to me later or the next owner. When I run the wire, I'm going to put that into PVC, underground PVC conduit that goes
Thanks, Bob.
horizontally. So I'm going to improve what was there before.
But you're not running conduit the whole way underground.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I'm going to run about 14 feet of conduit. It's not going to connect up to the conduit, which is what would be, I guess, needed for code compliance.
Right.
But I'm not using the conduit for code compliance. For code compliance, I'm attaching it to a ground fault circuit interrupter and running it 12 inches or more underground.
Gotcha.
The conduit it has two advantages. It better protects the wire, the
Yep.
cable.
Yep.
And it also prevents the ground from collapsing around the cable under
Right.
the sidewalk, so that if I ever need to change that wire, you could do it now. You just pull it through the conduit and pull the conduit out if you want to too. So
Sure.
it makes it possible to fix this in the future without nearly as much effort as it's taken me to do this.
I guess you could, if you're going full on like that, you could grab a roll of that red marking plastic stripping, and then you lay that right on top of the conduit before you bury it. Then if anyone's ever digging and they see that, they know that there's wire there.
Yeah. Well, I'm amazed that someone didn't get electrocuted, like even me,
Right.
because the cable was so close to the surface. It was only like 3 or 4 inches down.
That's wild.
And I suspect that what happened is somebody did hit it. It could have been me.
Mm-hmm.
And which Nick, did a good job of breaking the outer insulation of the cable and eventually caused the short circuit.
Sure.
Did any of your neighbors come out when you were digging in the ground and put out a lawn chair and watch?
My next door neighbor John has made a few passes by. I think he expects me to electrocute myself.
We all have our reasons.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny neighbor dynamic going on here. They're having a big party next door. So I was trying to get all the leaf blowing done before their guests arrived,
Yeah.
That was
Did
kind
that.
of you.
Did that section of the yard that's adjacent to their yard first. Yeah. I mean, try to be a good neighbor when I can, So, yeah.
What about when you can't?
Sometimes I'm just super low key as a neighbor. They've had probably 30 parties over there in, like, let's say the 11 years I've lived here, maybe 30 or so. I've never set foot over there once, ever, during a party or almost for anything. At one point, they were at a football game and their fucking crazy German Shepherd got out and was attacking some woman in the street.
Yeah.
I went out with a fireplace poker and I fucking chased him back in the house and I locked the door. I locked him in. Like they asked me to do that. So I'm a good neighbor, but
Well, that's a lot of restraint, not killing the dog and everything.
He's an oak. He's since crossed the Rainbow Bridge, so Nil see Dil Bonum. No, I will not speak ill of him at this point. But
Bone Holla.
He was a wild dog. He'd growl at me every time he saw me. It was hilarious. He didn't like me. I think because I wasn't scared of him. He was probably thinking he was the alpha dog and he wants to fucking show me that.
Until he saw the fire poker, then he was like, I'll yield. Good sir.
Yeah. It was one of those finds my wife found on like Facebook Marketplace or something. Some woman was advertising for like 20, $25. And they were all like real iron. It wasn't some piece of shit that you bought at, Walmart. There was like real iron, whole
Hand
set
forged.
of stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah. So that
A
thing
fire
was-
poker should be beefy. I mean, it's a thing. I understand that thing that you speak of. I don't know how to describe it.
Exactly.
I'm just getting over a cold.
Oh man, COVID.
Cold, not COVID. I didn't have any fever or anything like that. Just
Mhm.
it's post-nasal drip, and kind of my voice got a little gravelly, and
Just a
Didn't
touch
seem
of
like you
Ebola.
had it last week.
I did though, but it wasn't. It was in a different stage last week.
Gotcha. Okay. What is
All that heavy,
bottle
all
cap?
that heavy labor.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, we would call that like a
That's the GFCI, right?
ground fault circuit interrupter. Or there's the new ones, the arc fault.
Yeah,
Those are a pain in the ass because they've gotten better, but they used to like hair dryers and things with motors in them would trip arc fault breakers when they first came out. Not good. Any word on the pilot who's still unaccounted for in Iran?
No, not that not by my last flyby of the news sites and so on.
I checked Lookner before I signed on, and there was no word of it at that point.
Someone wrote that he had been transmitting, so he's alive and hiding. But
He could be hiding next to the Iranian supreme leader. We'll never find him.
he should just go and claim he is the supreme leader.
That would be a major chess move.
Should have given him
you're a good tactician.
a mullet disguise.
I imagine it's available that what he probably had online, it's probably somewhat common knowledge, some type of a pistol, right?
Uh-huh.
Does he have water? Does he have some sort of water treatment tablets? Does he have energy bars?
My understanding is that the seats they come down with have a ration survival kit in them.
But
It should not take this long to locate him. I don't understand.
right.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe they do know where he is, and they're picking their time to perform the rescue.
Well, can you guys give me more information on the rescue of the one pilot? Because my understanding is they sent in a team and took some hits on that team as well.
I read something like that, but I don't know that there's been any officially released information other than he's been extracted alive.
Yeah.
But an A-10 was apparently shot down during the operation. Huh?
Is the
That's a
A-10
Warthog.
Warthog?
Yeah, the A-10's a Warthog.
Okay.
I didn't know we lost 4 F-15s. I only knew 1.
Possibly some were destroyed that were not in the air.
Oh yeah, okay. I know
Something like that.
Two.
I know some KC-135s got destroyed. A couple were involved in a midair. Was that the KC-135, the midair collision?
Yes.
I think it was. 2 of them, 2 KC-135s. The Warthog was downed by fire, but it had enough oomph to get out of the combat area and make it all the way to like the sea next to Kuwait. And he was ejected and was rescued.
What is the purpose of the KC?
Refuel. Refueler.
Okay.
in air-to-air refueling.
Okay.
They're big, very big.
3 F-15s to friendly fire. Oof.
Right, I heard about that.
Okay. Oh, that was in like Saudi, or it was in somewhere like Dubai. It was somewhere far from the
Yeah, I think that's what John's saying here.
yeah.
Blue
Although I thought
on
it was
blue.
2.
Aphid's got to get his hearing checked. We need to work on his headset.
Yeah.
He reminds me of the song Intergalactic Planetary by the Beastie
Oh,
Boys.
come on.
It's not saying another
Intergalactic,
dimension. He's saying,
another dimension,
I
yeah.
have an erection.
Doesn't. I refuse.
And then there's this guy.
Welshie,
Hey,
my
Welshman.
muted friend.
How's it going?
He did not show himself, so
I'll keep my finger on the button.
Oh, you guys put the overlays in, right?
no,
No.
he does.
Project overlay. Come on.
Negative.
It's not a. It doesn't work if you add another person, the geometry changes. The overlays, you need like multiple overlays.
What about just one big one?
Then nobody can see anybody.
Well, for a period of time, that seems to be a fair trade.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit like whack-a-mole with
Whack-a-troll.
Tranquil.
Do you like this one with less border or this one with more border?
Less
I like
border.
less border.
So more human.
Like we're a tight knit group,
Yep.
right.
or at least it's the illusion thereof.
Although good fences do make good neighbors.
Is that a
Right.
Maryland motto? I think that's a Maryland motto.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Can't see you, and that makes me feel great.
Right.
No
You
one's
there? Well, there he is.
I have a hate fence.
no one's illegal on stolen land.
Oh, okay.
It's good stuff going around.
What land? What land is not stolen? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, that is the question. All of a sudden, the lefty thinks for about a second and said, "Oh, that's not the same."
Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, the UK was the ultimate land stealer for many a century.
Yeah,
Sun never set on their stolen land.
That's right.
but I'm the OG Brit. I'm a Celt, so I'm OG.
You
That's
were
right.
out.
Indeed. That is a good transition to 1 second.
You passed out on us really early last time, Welshie. You missed out on
Supreme Court.
all the good convo.
It was funny. You kept me on. Excuse me. Excuse me.
It's traveling.
So,
Hold on a second. No.
so that didn't go down very well. Sorry. Yeah, I was smoking. Yeah, you kept me on the live all the way through. I couldn't believe it. I must have been dead on your live for about 2 hours at
Yeah,
least.
I figured we were like
We never-
ASMR for your good sleeping patterns.
We never know when you're going to wake up and
Yeah, I know.
add some
racist
wisdom.
joke.
If we start hearing odd breathing sounds and stuff, I usually boot you out. But you were pretty quiet, so I figured, what's the harm?
Yeah.
This does enter a good new subject, though. The Supreme Court recently went over the birthright citizenship question, which some of the. Did you hear any of that last dance?
No, I didn't hear any of the
The justices discussing
arguments.
it? No.
no.
Well, it's an interesting concept, but I am in agreement with those who say people who are here illegally should not be.
Anchor babies. No, not anchor
Yeah.
baby business. Yeah.
In addition, it's well known that there are Chinese nationals that come here to have a baby in America, attain American citizenship for the child, and then potentially even leave. And
Yeah,
that kid
that's-
is
They're here legally, so
right.
And the thing is, it's not in it's not the way it's written in the Constitution either. Is it Amendment 14? Is it?
Yes. Well, originally it had to do with
14th
slavery, and many of the slaves were not citizens. They weren't allowed to be citizens. So after slavery was abolished,
Right.
there had to be a way to make them citizens. This was one of the ways to do it.
It's funny how these old, like I said, you know, from something from 200 years ago is affecting over 200 years. It's the same in the UK, and I seen another one in California where it's to do with an old law from the cowboy days, where like if a cowboy left his house for over 30 days, someone could claim it as squatter's right.
Yes.
And California and some crazy states in America, they've got this on full retard
Well,
mode.
you know, Welshie, what used to happen in this country is people would just abandon houses for whatever reason, and that was it.
Yeah.
So these laws were written so that abandoned property would be claimed and maintained.
Yeah.
When that was a thing. Of course, it hasn't been a thing for 70 years.
Yeah. I seen this this Korean guy with autism, and his sister sent him into this Airbnb she'd rented out because this woman had done that. She was claiming squatters' rights, and with his high levels of autism, he was very funny, and basically he got like 100 million views on Twitch or whatever it was, because it just went so viral because he just went live streams of his autism trying to get her out the house. In the end, she actually left the house, but it's found out she'd been doing this for over 30 years using this law.
Is squatters' rights the civilians' right to pee in public?
Poop, you mean?
Oh,
Well, in the UK, in Chester, if you're found in the inner city walls of Chester, a Welshman, you can shoot him off the dark.
damn!
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone actually tries it, I'm sure there'd be a problem about it. But
Is that why you
it's
bob
actually,
and weave when you walk?
They would have a defense, for a moment.
yeah, because Chester is a border town between England and Wales, and obviously we used to have a nice brawl all the time.
Yeah. Here, I think this is what we'd call blue laws in the Northeast.
Those are like Sunday.
Sunday,
Religious laws, yeah.
no businesses can be open. You can't
That
drink
was
on
yeah.
Sunday. It's a religious, motivated laws.
Right.
Do you know Asmin Gold? He's a huge YouTuber.
Yeah, I do.
So he done a review of this thing with this Korean autistic guy doing live streams, just trolling the fuck out the whole situation. And he worked out that the woman had cost the state taxpayers like millions of pounds, like 10, 20 million. He worked it out because there was police being called near enough every day because she was complaining a lot of the time and vice versa. So they calculated that they had visited 10 times, and all the paperwork when it goes back to court and all that, all the money involved, it's like huge money. It just builds up and builds up and builds up.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Welshman, but it became such a problem that businesses cropped up to provide a service to homeowners whose homes are being squatted on. They would harass the squatters to such an extent, with such creativity, that the squatters would flee, and then they could reclaim their home.
Yeah, basically that's what she got the brother to do, and it turned out it was a huge. He was like a social, he was a bit of a internet thing anyway,
Yeah.
and it just blew up like fucking huge. But it was so bonkers, boys. I mean, when you break it down, Asmin Gold just try to break it down how much it would have cost, and it's cost taxpayers like tens of millions of pounds in 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things he said is that police officer there was mostly not born when she started this. Do you know what I mean?
Florida passed a law in 2024 that basically it just, if you're a squatter, it doesn't take much for the homeowner to prove he's the homeowner, and the sheriff can just go in, arrest your ass, and that's the end of it.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing at all. Nothing wrong with it at all.
Okay.
I mean, it just goes like I said. When you get these crazy things that are happening, not always, but like I said, as it turns out, blue states. I mean, the sister had actually got a company that comes in and actually cleans it, takes photos of it, and that's to prove that it's not an abandoned property. I
Oh, there
mean,
was a. I just saw a YouTube video on a Florida incident just prior to this law being passed, where this was a scam this woman had worked out for some similar to what you were talking about the other woman in California, where she would look for houses that were sold by the homeowners to third-party companies rather than another home buyer, and then the house would be sitting unoccupied. There might be a sign they would be listed, and there's a sign in the front yard for sale, and the company that owned it would come and have it cleaned every so often, but basically it was unoccupied for an extended period of time. This woman would move in and declare it to be abandoned property.
Yeah.
And she would fill out an affidavit saying, I hereby claim this is abandoned property.
that's exactly what she did. That's exactly what she did.
Apparently, by the laws as they were, that is enough to eliminate the criminal aspect of breaking and entering, because it is now a civil matter, which means that the cops can't get involved. Basically, it has to be taken to civil courts, and civil courts don't do things quickly. You can basically drag it on for years, and so that's part of the scam, is to.
Well, when she done the affidavit thing, I believe that near enough guaranteed that she was sort of hassled for like 3 months before like anything really the next step would happen. Which is like 3 months rent. It's gone.
Yeah. Oh my God! It was.
I mean, if for example she strings it out for 6 months on every single job, she's got to do 2 a year, and she's get free rent.
Oh. Let me see if I could find this video. I'll put it in the. I'll put it in the chat.
It's totally fucked up. They changed the law in the UK now, and I think realistically, I think squatters, I might be wrong, some might be able to. There's commercial properties that squatters can sort of abuse more than residential properties these days.
Oh, here it is. So this is an interesting video, because the police, what they did was probably okay, but it was borderline, an illegal.
How long is it? How long was it?
It's about half an hour.
Is it a black woman? She gets like all crazy. I seen it about a week ago. Was it about a week ago?
Yeah, about a week ago.
Yeah, they went into the property and everything. I thought, that's a bit. But of all accounts, like you said, it's different state, different.
Yeah, that's in Florida.
Yeah, they ripped her out basically, and they wouldn't have done that in California.
No.
Well, if somebody's in your property, would they not be trespassing?
Yeah, but she signed her affidavit.
According to her, it's not your property.
Yeah.
Because you abandoned it. No one was living there. It's not like somebody went on vacation and somebody moved in, although that's happened in California, I believe. But no, this really was unoccupied, an unoccupied house.
She took the for sale size. Sorry, she took the for sale size down, or she took the management size down, like the windows, didn't it? Right. And they found all the signs inside the property.
Plastic African from South America, I'm pretty sure. I've heard stories from other South Africans where they would go on vacation and people would come and be squatting in their house. So something to do with South Africa, and squatting laws are pretty brutal.
Yeah, well, there's a whole racial component that's probably South Africa.
Have you seen the memes of South Africa where they show a street on Google View from 15 years ago? And then they show it on Have you seen it?
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh, there's so many of them where they show like Google reviews, street views for the last 15 years.
Are they
And
going downhill?
oh my God, like so many places, then these memes you're seeing, and the place just turns into a total fucking shit. Turns into India.
Did the government change 15 years ago or something, or what was the?
Well, yeah,
What was the?
the ANC have been in power now for a good couple of decades,
Okay.
and obviously it's just taken a downward spiral.
You were saying, Welshman, last time we were talking, that you believed that the UK was going to have a conservative shift in the next political cycle. Do you still believe that's true? And have you seen anything moving in that direction?
The Overton window has moved to the right, and it 100% has since Trump's come into power. I don't think Trump has actually necessarily changed that swing to the right in Europe and the UK, but it is sweeping Europe. I mean,
Can you give me an example in the last week of something you've witnessed that shows that your government is playing a different tune?
what do you mean? The government playing a different tune.
Yeah, is it just the people that are?
Oh, well, I mean, for example, you would never have got the Conservatives saying we've got to mass deport people, and the Conservative, the shadow prime minister, well, not the shadow prime minister, the head of the opposition. That's Conservative policy now. 2 months ago, Reform said they couldn't do it. Now they say they can do it.
Does
I mean,
conservative mean the same thing in both of our countries?
it's supposed to. It's supposed to. It did a while back when Margaret
I can
Thatcher was
never
in
remember
power.
that because I just go with the definition of the word. Not
Yeah,
the
so
meaning.
the Conservative Party should be conservative, traditionally conservative, but they're not in the UK anymore. They haven't been for at least 15 years.
Do you believe they're going to be in the next political
No,
cycle? Okay.
no. I want the Conservative Party to just completely obliterate themselves. That's what I really want.
That's right. You're paying attention to a new party, actually. I remember you saying that also.
Yeah, I mean, for example, in Europe, the French have like combined like 4 parties to stop uh, the French Nationalist Party, and Germany did the same sort of thing. They were combining like 3-4 parties to try and beat. So, I mean, democracy, it doesn't sound very democratic to me. Doing these huge coalitions, but this is the trouble they're in at the moment, and I can see it, throughout Europe and the UK, Ireland. I seen an interview by like this big professor the other day, and he said it was a 30% chance that the UK might end up with like disorder, like major disorder.
What
And
nationality was the professor?
he was British, but he's totally respected. And he gave another interview now, and he said it's inevitable. And he actually said that it's more likely going to be more like Ireland than it is going to be the UK. So, in 6 months, a year, he's changed his position.
Can you tell me what was basically inevitable that's going to happen? What event?
There's going to be major civil unrest.
Well, isn't there already major civil unrest?
No. There was just a couple of riots.
No. The English have not unrested yet.
Okay.
And so when the English unrest, the world will know, holy shit, the lion has come back. I really, really hate what's going on with the Western Foundation. What the hell are we selling out for? What the fuck are we doing?
I mean, as a party of Restore at the moment, every time I see statements of what Rupert Moon says, it just all makes sense to me. He just says, he says exactly what I want on what I want to hear, and he says he ain't gonna fucking fuck about.
I mean, if you look at the United States, there's definitely political unrest amongst the civilians. I think the nation's doing rather well, even despite costs. But when it comes to people getting along, at least on the internet, it's pretty nasty.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the weird thing is, Obviously, I see certain channels that I see, and when I see these street interviews with right wingers, like Liberty Hangout and Bo Diddle and sure loads of others I see, I can't really remember the ones. You see the left, they just call anyone who supports the conservative, they just call them crazy, fascist, or mad and far right. And what people need to remind on each side is that's half the population. That's half the population of your country that you're calling fascist, and on the other side as well, calling them commies.
So when I say I'm a Christian, all right, it doesn't mean that I believe in the same things Christians do, right? Like
Hopefully, at least Christ, yes.
You should have core ethical, moral sort of beliefs.
What do they call it? These are what's that? The whole
Nicene Creed.
Oh, never mind. But yeah, but it's the same thing as what's going on here with the Christians in England. Guys,
well, the problem is the West have got so encircled Christians. They're basically just all wet behind the ears, and that's got to change. Has to change.
Wet behind the ears means they're brand new, or what does that mean?
The Western Foundation ain't just a Christian thing; it's a rationality point.
Wet behind the ears, they're too liberal.
Interesting.
Liberalism has destroyed the church.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, of course. Yeah, liberalism has destroyed everything. It's become like oh yeah, look at this. Fuck off.
I can understand wanting freedom from law, but at a certain point, if there's no law whatsoever, I don't see how a group can maintain its group status.
Yeah, but if we selling the same product, what's the best product we sell over the global atmosphere, right? And we have what do we have? Communism, socialism, liberalism, democracy. Which one do you want to go for? Which one do you want to take, brother? You know what I mean? How does it actually work?
In its purest form, I'm okay with a republic democracy.
Yeah, I mean, amen, man. I wouldn't say that to be bad. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in a republic, South Africa. Yeah, go South Africa. Apartheid, yes. Separation.
Well, I mean,
plastic is as plastic does. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Debating concepts in their purest form is one thing, but when you're dealing with corruption, all of a sudden it doesn't matter what system you want; it's all shitty.
So accountability should always be the key, right?
It'd be nice to see accountability. Yes.
Yeah.
Equal accountability. Yes.
Where was accountability in the age of what we know, like Attila the Hun, or was it I love it. Was it Alexander of Macedonia? Would be the greatest, I'd say, of those points. Where was the accountability to his generals and to where he left his battlefields and the kingdoms became? Right.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, did you see it?
Well, on a slight change, what needs to happen in the UK is the king needs to step down, and it needs to happen within 2 years because he's going to lose so much support.
Because he didn't do an Easter announcement, or why?
Well, not so much that. There's multiple examples over the decades now that he's not fit for office. He needs to step down. William needs to step in and see what he's like, because otherwise he's just going to make for the long running of the Royals. I can't see it. He needs to fuck off.
He's just a symbol.
He needs to fuck off now.
What's the point if they're just a symbol, Welshman? What's the point?
A lot of people in the U.S. here believe that the king has no real power or purpose anyways. So what does it matter whether it's William or Charles? What's the difference?
It's because of the people listen to the king. He's respected all over the world. Even if he talks shit, he's respected all over the world. He talks an awful lot of shit, and he needs to fucking step down for the country.
I would say it would be about.
Good evening, Paca.
Hi, Pat.
Hello.
It would be about the wealth that the crown could hold and does hold. So if the crown actually breaks, you have to break down a few kingdoms. It's really ridiculous because these things actually are trillions in money and wealth. To
I
what it
mean, let's ask Paka.
It is.
Do you, if the king tells you to do something, Paka, do you respect the king, or how do you? I mean, careful how you say that. You are in a nation that might pick you up from.
Yeah,
You
I
say
am a monarchist, but I don't like this king. He should step down. He's not.
He should advocate. He should
Yeah, I
advocate.
mean, he's happy enough to step up
These figures.
and talk about Ramadan and step
Yeah, I
up
know.
and talk
Yeah,
about
exactly.
Hanukkah.
Exactly. That's
And if
that.
he's not,
that
if he
yeah.
can't make an Easter announcement wishing
Yeah.
his
I
own
would do that.
church
Do
happy
Ramadan.
Easter, he's not the head of my church, is he?
Interesting.
Do the people have any say
I am
whatsoever
Church
over the
of
royal
England.
family?
It's very, very
No.
specific. I am Church of England. He is my monarch. He is the head of my church. If he can wish a happy Hanukkah
Oh,
or a happy Ramadan or whatever to everyone else,
Oh,
but he
my
can't
church
wish
ain't
me a happy
English,
Easter, it's gone wrong, hasn't it?
that's my church.
Are
I
you
can see
saying
it
he
causing
won't
a
wish
problem,
a
yeah.
happy Easter?
Apparently not.
No, but the thing is that is just a catalyst. There is so much that he's done over the decades, and I've got to say, he's a fucking arsehole. He reminds me of Gary Lineker. I fucking detest the cunt.
Why do you think William would be a better
Well said.
public image?
Not
What
just
is
the
William
ears,
doing
by the
that
way.
would unite the
Well,
nation?
he's next to he's next for the throne. So from
No
what I
merit?
see is I hope if he steps up, he steps up properly, and he may he speaks for the country. He
He's
speaks
my
for
See
age.
the
merit?
people.
You see merit.
He's my age, actually. I'm 82. He's 82. So he's directly that. I would say I served under his grandmother, not his father, thank God.
He can't be any worse than Charles.
Nah,
Isn't there
I mean, no,
isn't
he's
there,
fine. It's a good
isn't
thing.
there kind of an agreement that when the monarch speaks on public issues, he'll first consult with the prime minister?
Certain things, yeah. I think I can't remember what they are. No, actually, the king and grants the new prime minister every time, and they have their first meeting.
Right?
Paula kept saying that the monarch has a position that is key to upholding parliament to account.
Yeah,
Yeah, the king is in charge ultimately, but the king doesn't have any power over the government unless the only power he has is to dissolve the government. Right?
Good evening, all.
The
Really?
government runs the country,
Really?
and gets
Really?
on with it and does its job, and the only time the king
Oh, yeah.
can intervene is if the government has really effed up.
Right.
Otherwise, they'll just cut his head off. We sorted that one a long time ago.
Okay. Hear me out. So Britain at the moment is at a thing with the S&P. An S&P husband was arrested because of a spy allegation, and his wife was having an affair with two captains of two different nuclear vessels.
Yummy.
Could you imagine that actually? You know what it means? It's like one
He was
in
going with the nuclear option.
342 trillion. That's what they worked it out. It's unbelievable. This is real.
Can you imagine if those two captains were like off work?
Yeah.
It's all if they staggered their things. If they were on the same ship,
They did
good,
stagger
because
that thing.
they would do 6 months, and then she would always be free. Do you know what I mean? There'd never be a clash.
Hunt for Red October.
I just wanted to say, coming back to RW's point about differences, I'm sure you noticed it this week.
No, I'm just giving
It was subtle, but I certainly started to pick up on it that there were kids in Clapham that were all getting together, a bit like what you had in America a few months ago, where they raided shops in a massive group. Not much that the police can do about it. That happened in London, so it's sort of now happening here. But the main media stations, ITV, BBC, Sky News, Channel 4 News, showed you the event all blurred out. And GB News was the only news channel to show it not blurred out. And the reason being is that 95 to 98%, that high, was all black people. And what are they frightened of? Because if that was a bunch of white football hooligans smashing up the street, it would be shown in its entirety. So I don't know what they're trying to achieve. It's just madness.
Is it speculation that it was
is.
a racial thing, or
No. What
It
it
was
is,
just
though,
a
is
bunch
that
of kids
our
in
media-
Clapham that got...
Demographics behave.
Yeah, but our media is controlled by the same media is controlled in America by the same people. I mean, it doesn't suit their narrative. None of these fucking scoops covered their faces, but 90% of them were black, right? They weren't even Asian, and they were majority black, right? And they didn't cover their faces. So why the fuck would mainstream media cover their faces?
I don't know. Why did they say why they did it?
Well, it's because it doesn't suit their narrative, does it?
No.
So
Well, I don't know. Let them speak for their reasoning.
was there any prosecution?
no, it's not going to be because, I mean,
How long ago?
Three people were arrested out of about 250.
How long ago?
Just last week.
A dispersal order in Rochdale because it happened in 3 places in England. Right?
Oh,
Here we
got
go.
Footage.
Yeah.
This is Florida.
This is in the United States, but this is
Okay.
what they're labeling as a teen takeover. Now, these aren't your average teens. I know plenty of teens. They
Yeah.
wouldn't be partaking in things like this. This is a specific group of people.
Sheriff deputies sprinted to break up fights as teenagers swarmed a trampoline business near Tampa.
Just a teen takeover.
In Chicago, teens raced up streets, running on top of parked cars.
Just teens. That's all they
In
are.
Jacksonville, teens could be seen attacking each other right in front of law enforcement.
No, we have a place for people like you.
At another Jacksonville takeover event in February, 5 teenagers were shot. Organized on social media, a wave of spur-of-the-moment meetups has been creating chaos in American cities and has even spread overseas.
Is it advertised as a let's come cause chaos? For the most part, yes, that's what it appears to be. It's bring your drama.
In Mesquite, Texas, police
I
keep a
think the
close
best thing to
eye
do
on
is just
social
hand out
media for
guns so they
posts
shoot each other.
advertising the teen takeovers.
When police found out that there
They're really careful about saying teens.
Even Orion has higher definition video than that.
Yeah,
Basically, our buddy
mean
Drone Tech,
integrity.
Drone Tech
Oh, sorry.
responded to that video in a tweet and basically pointing out what I pointed out, that let's call them what they are. They're fucking criminals, you know? They're not teens, and why is he portraying them with some sort of a, like, you know, sort
Because they're
of
less than 18.
a soft brush, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Are they
Oh,
older
like
than
it is.
18? Like, what, are they doing it because it's a juvenile?
I mean, it's just it's fucking disgusting behavior by wild idiots, you know?
Last Dance. Can you look up that Camden one for us? Because yeah, put down.
Topple.
I don't know.
Oh, you fucker. I wasn't saying anything like that.
It's called Teen Rush or whatever. Yeah,
What
put
do
down
you-
Camden.
Camden?
Clapham. It's Clapham.
Clapham, sorry. Clapham.
Yeah, like when
Yeah,
Big
they
Booty
happened
Lady
in
Bird-
Rochdale as
they
well,
clap them
didn't it? There's a few of them.
Topple. He always knows.
And what was
You're
hilarious?
good on the algorithm.
The
Apparently
footage.
this is
Cool.
called steaming.
Okay.
What is steaming? The social media fueled craze leading to crowds of teens swarming cities.
That's different
What
than
happened to
soaking.
the good old days when they were eating Tide Pods and, you know,
What did
trying
they
to eat tablespoons of cinnamon, and, you know,
Halo stopped making good games, Steve. That's what happened.
Or you're at the end of the road by the phone box waiting for the phone to ring so you can talk to your fucking missus and stuff.
Didn't they used to call these flash mobs?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
thought
yeah,
flash mobs were people
exactly,
that-
exactly. Flash mobs, as well as the
Well, I think the flash mob was a social media thing.
Yeah, flash
Yeah.
mobs weren't always criminal. And
No,
maybe
Yeah,
not.
weren't necessarily criminal. It just got out of hand. So it would be slightly different. But yeah, it's the
It
same
was
sort of family.
choreographed.
Basically, it's a numbers game. It is. It's a numbers game. That's it.
Flash mobs is a
some-
choreographed event.
Some of the flash mobs would be a bunch of dancers going out and doing a choreographed routine somewhere and filming it. Fairly innocent, not terrorizing people and causing property damage and stealing.
Oh, the good
But
old days.
somehow it went from this somewhat innocent, maybe even could be cool if you happen to see what it was like. Whoa, shit, a flash mob. All these hot chicks dancing around, whatever. But now it's
Steve.
morphed into this.
Yeah, it
bullshit
was Steve.
anarchy.
Now they're not hot anymore.
It's gone into like kick streamers retard mode, like it always does with live streamers. Just literally, was it in America? Yeah, it was in America, Times Square. Some like kick streamer I've never heard of. Some black guy. He shut down Times Square. Like 50,000 people turned up or something.
Yeah,
It
I heard about
destroyed it. It just fucking destroyed the place.
Yeah,
Whole
his
place
name was
fell apart.
his name was Cy Kanat. He's a Twitch streamer. I think he's the most popular on Twitch. And he was going to give away a PS5 like before you could get your hands on one in Times Square. And he fucking the whole New York and New Jersey. Yeah, there's quite a few people there that would want one of those. They all showed up. I mean, it was wild.
I think he had like 5 or 10 of them, didn't he?
I don't even know, but the fact that he ended up getting charged with like inciting a riot on that one, and rightfully so. Plus, there was no like permitting or anything bullshit like that.
He could probably pay that fine with all the money he made from the event rather easily.
Yeah.
I'm sure, but
Yeah,
at least
exactly.
fine
So
the
he
fucker so he
gambled that
learns,
money
you know?
and he won better, didn't he? Didn't he do that gamble and he won?
Yeah, it wasn't even a gamble. It was
Amen to
math.
that guy. Amen to that guy. Anyone that does that, good on them. I believe in that.
He was in the
Don't you-
200,000
don't you believe
plus
in
a
that?
month.
But if you take the gamble,
I
win
mean, he
the
was
job.
up there with like
Is this
an
live?
Amaranth level streamer.
Yes.
Like 200 grand a month, I think, at some points. So
That's Moon.
That's the moon.
here she is.
I have so many questions.
Ryan. Yeah.
I am going to be watching the Moon Swing event. Absolutely. I want to know what they're going to offer us with that. I really do.
The moon.
On Moon Day.
I mean,
I love it. Hey.
it's cool. It's cool. I'm not going to say I don't like it, but I mean, in a way, I'm feeling a little like it's been done before. Like, let's do something further or more complicated, but maybe this is a stepping stone. Start with the moon. Maybe Mars is next. I don't know.
Well, this is
I mean, it's
2, 3
mental-
to
it's
do
mental
another.
to think. It's mental to think that people think that it didn't happen before, right?
I mean, I'm in the
What?
camp, buddy.
One milestone that will be achieved is on the flyby behind the dark side. They will actually meet the Pink Floyd members. No,
That's
actually,
Oh,
they will.
why did you do that? Oh.
It will be the farthest any humans have been from Earth.
Right. They need to play the
Careful.
Dark Side of the Moon
Yeah.
album
You're
as they
right,
swing
you're right,
behind
yeah.
it and do filming. That would be absolutely perfect.
Sid Barrett will be standing there and he'll go, "I wish you were here."
I'm not frightened of dying. Any time will do.
You guys are going to appreciate this probably more than I am. But I want to see high definition footage. I want to see as much data as they're willing to give us. And I want to see what happens to the debate society with it, because it's either going to be rocket fuel for one side or rocket fuel for the other.
What's the other side? I don't know what are these
One
two
side-
sides?
So for the people that believe that we never landed on the moon originally, or space is a lie type people, versus people that believe that we're out there doing this right now and we did it
Well,
before.
You know,
I mean, RW. What I'm thinking is actually, is it because we need to harvest? Was it helium? And that's why we need to get there because we have no helium on Earth at the moment, so we're lacking that. So we have to go to the moon for it.
Don't
But
we
you
have?
can still go to the
Right.
dollar
That-
store and
yeah.
get helium balloons.
No, you don't.
He's got answers. He's got solutions. I
That's-
don't know.
that's-
I have not heard that theory ever. I can say it's the first time hearing that theory.
Yeah. That's why we have to go there, especially the dark side of the moon, because the way it sits. It's when yeah. It's
If it's all about industry, then kudos to industry.
helium is actually really lacking in our atmosphere. It's hard to, harvest because it's up.
that's
He's
why we
right.
have the strategic helium reserve in the United
Yeah.
States.
Hmm.
What uses is it heavily used in some form of manufacturing or military that I'm not familiar with?
It's about
Mostly
cooling.
birthday parties.
It's about cooling. Actually, helium is used for rapid cooling when you use a lot of heat. It's weird.
What
because
about
you
liquid
have to make
nitrogen,
it in it's incredible the way we utilize it. It's that.
Interesting.
I don't understand why liquid nitrogen, which we have an abundance of, is not.
No, because it can't do that because
Helium is much cooler.
in the same
Okay.
foundation when you have to have those things. You can't.
Okay.
It's difficult, right? There's only so much of everything, right?
Helium boils at a little over 4 Kelvin. So liquid helium is extremely cool.
What's
So
that in
is it
relation to
extremely
nitrogen?
volatile? Like when you pour
No.
water on liquid nitrogen, you get a little bit of a reaction. Do you get a crazy reaction if you do that with frozen helium? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
with anything frozen, it'll boil, violently if you put it in something that's 200 degrees warmer.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
wouldn't
As
expect
soon as
you
you,
to
as
be
soon as
able
you
to
make
pull it
anything
very
like pure, yeah.
You'd have
Wild.
trouble having it in
Volatile, right? Yeah.
in the reservoir. Like liquid nitrogen, you can pour out and have in a reservoir, and it'll sit there for a little bit. But if helium is that much colder, I wouldn't expect it to be even able to be gathered in a vessel.
Right.
Helium is used for cooling cryogenic systems, like
Well, no, but
superconducting
other
systems.
thing as well. Nevertheless, like there's very little of it that we can gather because you can't produce it.
I can't
That's
see
why.
us. Unless we have extremely efficient space vessel technology and all that, I don't understand how it's even plausible to say that we're going to mine it from the moon.
Well, it's not. I believe it's not about mining it from the moon. It's the, I guess making the moon a hub for it.
Well, would it be accurate to say that you can't produce anything that's on the periodic chart? Produce, as in create new stuff.
You can
Well,
change.
Helium is the
Practically,
number
yeah.
one.
that's true.
I mean, practically, you
It's
can't create
Yeah, hang
anything.
on,
It's-
but it's
Everything has a
something
finite amount that's here,
Yeah.
whether it be nitrogen, oxygen, helium.
Yeah.
It's all.
So
I mean,
the-
obviously,
the
gold.
Industry dictates this is what is necessity, and so the industry says, "Well, where can we get it from?" Oh, we can't get it from. If we have to go forward with what industry you have, it becomes a negative reaction. Yeah?
Mhm.
So it's a little thing that makes it. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. There's loads of it, but no, it isn't because we have to spread it thin.
Can I just say, we've
That's what I
brought back
believe is going on.
382 kilos of moon rock to Earth.
Yeah, and
Right?
Say again?
382 kilos of moon rock to Earth. I don't know what that is in American. I don't know how you measure shit.
What does it have to do with
Doesn't
like?
mean the rest of us. But it's 382 kilos of moon rock we brought back to Earth. Helium is much lighter. Is it
Right, but we
not?
still have to get there, harvest
Should
it, and
be
bring it
easier.
back.
Well, we've done it.
Efficiently and often.
Well,
interesting. I don't know if Topples. I think Trump just
give
ordered
us a
that
moment, hey.
Pluto become
We'll
a
see.
planet.
If we upgrade our technology to be able to start harvesting from the moon, I'm fine with that. I just don't think, based on what I'm seeing right now, we're anywhere close. We're reinventing the wheel with the Artemis project. So I'm curious to
Okay.
see what we do.
My opinion is, I think it's a solvable problem.
Okay. I mean, in the next 50 years, our technology should most likely be extremely advanced to what it is now, considering how fast it's upgrading.
Will we be able to get there and actually have a good product at the end?
I think the
Right.
projection of the SpaceX program is to be able to create a docking station in space like the ISS, using mothership to get large payloads up there and then start having that
Yeah,
hub
but
be
building
sending
or
and receiving.
sending back and forth, yes.
So if that's actually plausible and we get to that point, then all of a sudden we're talking about real stuff. Right now, I just don't. It's just science fiction in my mind right now.
So apparently it's not the ease of getting helium on the moon. It's they have a concentration of a certain isotope of helium, helium-3, which
There
is
we go. Yeah.
extremely rare on Earth. And
There we go,
helium-3 is perfect for clean nuclear fusion. Whereas the helium on Earth is almost all helium-4, and it's good, but it's not as good. So helium-3.
Aren't there people that are wanting to harvest it out of deep ocean, or is that another element? Is that cobalt?
I don't think it's helium-3. It's just not present.
No, I think it
I
is
heard about the
Russian
cobalt.
as well, yeah.
The cobalt stones that are on the bottom of the ocean. Is that what you're
Yeah.
talking about, RW?
I think that's what I'm talking about. I knew that they were talking about certain elements down there that are rich and abundant, but they have to destroy the environment to collect it. So there's pushback.
They're trying to build this thing that can walk along the ocean floor and pick up all these cobalts. Like they built some things in the Pacific Northwest that can go through the forests and cut down trees without like trampling the shit out of everything. It just takes some engineering, and I reckon they'll be able to figure out how to do that at 20,000 feet or 20,000 leagues, whatever.
Talk about hazard pay, unless this is all automated.
It has to be 100%. The workers would be on the ship above, and the thing would be rover or whatever would be on the bottom of the ocean.
Tethered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, it's plausible.
Yeah. Exactly. But Trump did recently, I think he ordered that the planet, that the whatever they're classifying Pluto as, be made back into a planet again.
Okay.
Which is, I think there's like some international agency of planets that fucking decides this shit. And
The Men in
personally,
Black.
when they downgraded Pluto back in the day, I was like, man, that's bullshit. We're a 9-planet solar system.
Yeah.
That's what I learned.
Steve, but he's renamed it. He's named it Trumpo.
No.
Trump.
Get out of here.
That would be funny.
I mean, apparently there's a ton of like little things like Pluto out in that zone.
He said he said he dedicated to the Latinos as well because he's Trumpo.
They
He told
picked
Elon
up
Musk
the
to rename
TNT on
SpaceX to
Mars,
Latinx,
by the
right?
way.
So, what happens when the astronauts go through the Kuiper Belt?
The Kepler or Kuiper?
Kuiper, I thought.
We don't know yet. We don't know.
Van
yet.
Allen belt?
I think there's one of them out
The
there that's
radiation
like
belt.
loaded with
Van Allen.
radiation.
They showed on the Artemis stream last night that they have this procedure where they take all like the toilet seat lids that they don't use and the bags, and they stack it around them, and they hide in the mass of this extra stuff in the cabin so that the mass takes the radiation instead of they do. I thought it was pretty comical myself.
Sorry, I got my belts wrong. Yeah. The Kuiper Belt is another one of random space junk floating around.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I mean,
RW, what were you saying? Is there some kind of a lead?
Their
lead's
procedure,
so heavy.
their
They,
SOP that they were sharing was basically building up mass around them that they hide in like a pillow fort. That's all they got. That's what they're doing.
Right, because whatever they use has to be light because this thing has to fly. I mean, they can't encase themselves in lead, obvious. Maybe they could. That's a thin layer,
There's
but
theories they're trying to work with where they can like energize the hull of the capsule so that it deflects radiation and such. But all they have right now, to my understanding, is building a pillow fort basically and hiding in it for that period of time.
Well, I mean, the ship itself is shielded, and they blast through it at a high speed, so they're not exposed very much.
I'm sure they have some pretty
It has
advanced
water
shit out
with
there to measure.
It's just like an X-ray. Don't worry, lads.
The bigger issue they're worried about is if
Worse than an
the
X-ray.
sun blasts off an EMP.
Just-
No,
It's like when you go on a
X-ray,
plane.
like the original X-ray machine.
Yeah.
Like, this is much worse. Modern X-rays aren't terrible.
So they say.
Although I still don't agree with the dentists having to do a full round every 2 years. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't even get my teeth
I'm
cleaned
thinking
without it
that
now.
too, sir. Who said that? Who said that to me? I believe that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't mind getting started at the dentist if I had
Yeah.
been in years and years, getting up
Yeah,
and
yeah,
set,
exactly.
see what the
Yeah.
problems are. But you
Yeah, I'm
don't
not
need them
thinking-
every
I'm not
2 fucking
thinking-
years,
yeah,
dude.
You're right,
You
man.
know,
It's
Yeah.
Just a
insane.
money grab, in my opinion. And they'll
Yeah,
say,
I don't like it.
we can't see everything, so we don't want to be responsible if we didn't see it this time. It's like, bitch, just look with your eyeballs, and if you can't see it, I don't care.
Or if I can't feel it. 'Cause
Yeah,
there's
Yeah,
tiny
I'll let you
nerves in
know.
there.
Yeah, I'm not
Ouch,
gonna do that,
ouch,
yeah.
ouch, ouch, ouch. You know, like, come on.
Yeah, like cold sensitivity, ice cream, you start feeling it, you tell them. You know?
You guys are cool. Thank you, Steve. Yes, you made me realize. Don't let them do that.
Right? I
Yeah,
I
like
right.
you to help, buddy.
Pay for that stuff. That's torture.
I go every 6 months. I just went Thursday.
Check up a bit of freshening up. You know what I mean? But it's like, oh look, let me just drill here. I don't like that.
They're good. I mean, I got a great hygienist. She's fabulous, and
Yeah, so do I. But yeah,
this place is great. They'll give you sunglasses when you go in, so you to keep as a little perk, and you wear them when they're working on you.
Oakley.
Oh, what
They're
I
cheapos, but they're cool. It's nice.
every time I'm in the chair, and they stick me like flat on my back, sort of that, like 80-20 angle sort of thing. I look up to the ceiling and I see like a screw, and I look at and I see the light fixing, and why didn't they put a fucking telly there? Just fucking put a telly there.
Right.
And give me an earplug and say, well, I'll use the earplug and listen to the telly.
You're right.
But they want to have
Do you
a
know what I mean?
conversation with you while they have their hands in your mouth. That's
How the fuck can I talk to them when they got my fucking fingers halfway down my throat?
you like
Exactly. They want you to answer. It's like You know, you can't
I didn't know you
fucking
spoke dolphin, Steve.
Right.
Just give me something to watch on the telly. That's all I want. Just something to try and think of, not that screw or that light over there or fucking that cobweb. I just don't want to see it.
I mean, that's a great point. They should
Oh,
have.
geez. Did you guys ever have your appendix removed when you had it popped in your stomach? Jeez, that was pretty damn bad. Because I remember the nurse trying to fucking find my vein, and she fucking stabbed my hand like 5 times, freaking out before they found my vein.
Sorry, I'm new here. Oh,
I know, but this is
Can you
fun.
get the
I mean,
lady
you
that's
sound
over
shit,
here?
man. I mean, that's great, bro. It's like, yeah, definitely, like, go through
Yeah.
those.
South African. If you'd have looked in the corner, you'd have seen the staff nurse looking over the shoulder, going, "Oh, she fucked it again! She fucked it again and again!"
Pressure, what are you doing? Slap, slap, slap. Yeah, man. I was terrible, bro.
I mean, she shouldn't.
I have PTSD from that too, bro.
Hey, but actually, do you know the great thing was I had NHS Plus in Africa because it was NHS Plus in Africa. Could you imagine that? Great hospital, good
Sounds
doctors.
fancy.
It was fancy, bro.
Does
I
plus
couldn't
mean
believe
they
it.
mop the floors
They
once a week?
told me, get the fuck up. Have you had farts in the morning? No, get up, walk now. If I wouldn't be able to walk, they're like, I'll get you walking. So I'm like, God, it hurts. Walk. Bastard, walk.
If you rip some stitches, we'll just give you some new ones.
Yeah,
Stop-
exactly.
stop being a
That's
baby.
right. If you don't walk, you're gonna die. You're fucked.
Yeah. Little Shop of Horrors, or another great horrifying dentist movie,
Oh, Dave.
Marathon Man.
Marathon Man, yes.
Marathon Man was awesome.
Laurence Olivier.
And a young Dustin Hoffman.
Young Dustin Hoffman, yes.
Very good. Very good movie.
I started watching the movie yesterday. I've only got halfway through it with Sarita, but it's the one where this British musician that's like failing at being a musician, and
Yep.
then there's this world event, and everyone forgets who the Beatles are, and Coca-Cola, which is brilliant branding for the movie. But anyway, and so he starts just playing Beatles songs and starts to become super famous. And I got to the point where like this one Russian guy realizes what's going on, and I had to pause the movie. So it's pretty interesting.
Pretty fantastical idea, though.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. It was odd to me that Paul McCartney didn't kept away from it.
That's fair. If you're still a living Beatle, you can cameo, right? Just be like one of the ice cream salesmen in a shop or something.
Right.
Make
Paul's
more
an
money
odd
than he's
guy.
made in the last 20 years.
Paul's an odd duck. I think George was the sort of the sweetheart of the Beatles.
Yeah.
Ringo's kind of a cool guy. John was extremely eccentric and a bit of a hypocrite, if you ask me. And I think Paul is just kind of a little bit of an oddball. But I do like Paul. He's cool. He's just not cool. If you know
What
I
about
mean.
what about Yoko Ono?
Not good.
I thought she was a Beatle too. She was in the Beatles.
Paul said in an interview, "Oh, well, John broke up the band. That it was decided that he broke up the band, and the catalyst for it was essentially the beginning of his relationship with Yoko. And it's talked about that John would bring her to the recording sessions, and the other guys were not happy about that. But
And
they
you see-
also were like, well, he's really in love with her, so we don't blame him. But then they were just like, it's not really happening anymore here,
Bros before hoes, man.
She was getting involved in the recordings once. She was suggesting shit, and they were like, "Fuck off, bitch."
That's pretty much
Yeah.
how it works.
At that point, they had honed their craft, and they were damn good. And she had no fucking right to even be there in the first place, let alone, suggesting musical ideas.
Imagine
Yeah, based on
thinking
her
in
own musical
1969
talent.
that the Beatles needed help.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
someone knew. Yeah,
they were all married. Should they all be allowed to bring their spouses to participate in the recording sessions?
Is
course
there a
not.
clip? Is there a clip where she's on stage? Was it with the Beatles or just with John, where she sings and she just
No, her
screams?
voice is terrible, isn't it?
Oh,
screams.
God. Yeah, she's just screaming in
Well,
the mic.
he
Yeah.
recorded an album with Paul, right? I'm pretty sure.
Not Paul.
Or John.
John, yeah.
Yeah.
She might have. I don't know. It's embarrassing. John Lennon, kind of a wild historical figure, like I said, sort of a hypocrite, but his choice of her and sticking with her, that definitely always kind of brought him down a little for me, honestly.
Yeah, true.
Why was
Still a
he shot?
legend, still a fucking legend, but yeah, I don't know.
What's the narrative on why he was shot? The guy was just nuts.
Yeah, he was just some dickhead who
I
thought that
think-
John was a hypocrite, just like Smoke Steve says, and thought he was the man to punish him for it.
But wasn't he hearing voices? Wasn't like voices telling him to do it?
I don't think there was ever a real attempt at proving him to be mentally incompetent.
No, he went to regular prison. I believe he had a copy of A Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger
Yes.
in his pocket. And I also believe that he had just weird obsessions with that book. And his reality wasn't so much a psychosis, but I mean, if he had a really good lawyer, he might have gotten off on that, but I just think they didn't want to hear it at the time. It was like, you fucking killed John Lennon. You're done, crazy or not.
Have you seen
Yeah.
the movie Have you seen the movie Conspiracy with the guy that made Passion of the Christ? What's his name? Mel Gibson.
I haven't.
Nope.
I believe it's called Conspiracy, and he reads The Catcher in the Rye, and he has like that's the only book he keeps buying, and he doesn't know why, and he's got a whole shelf full of that same book. I'm curious if that's an Easter egg towards that event.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I seen footage of John Lennon, some like surf dude, like like beach dudes, knocked on his door one day. There's footage of it, and the guy was talking about the lyrics, the lyrics of the songs, and he said, it has meanings and stuff. And he said, no, John's literally saying, no, I was just sat at home one day. What you're saying there, that lyric, it doesn't have the meaning that you think it doesn't. The guy's like confused as well and like a bit upset. And he said, like, you hungry? He said, do you want something to eat? He invited him into his pad and like 6 of them around the table eating. So, just to give you an example, I think that was like about 2 months or something before he got shot.
Mm.
But it was quite good footage because John literally had to explain to him like 3-4 times. I can't remember what the lyrics were now, but this guy was saying it. He said it means something. It means this certain thing, and he was like, "It doesn't mean that, mate. Just you have to keep on explaining it though, because you just want to know it."
It was Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, probably. A lot of people think that Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is written about LSD.
Right.
Because those are the first letters of each word in the title of the song. But he had to explain so many times that no, it was something a little girl or something made up, and he thought it made a cool sound for a song. But man, it really sounds like an acid trip.
Yeah.
It's hard to get around that fact there, John boy, to tell you the truth. But why would he lie?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I believe John when he was saying it. He didn't come across like he wouldn't have gained anything. He's just being honest.
I mean, what about public image?
I think he actually said, "I wish it did mean, what," but it didn't.
I think the classic John Lennon song that people overanalyzed that drove Lennon crazy was "I Am the Walrus."
John
People
Kennedy,
do.
I think.
And
That's
there were these kind of, I don't know, I might call them conspiracies that John was hiding messages about other Beatles. And one of the funny ones was that the Walrus is actually supposed to be Paul McCartney. And so just to tease these people, he wrote Glass Onion, which was a later Beatles song. And in it, he says, I forget the lyric, but the last part of the lyric is, "The walrus is Paul."
Well, I tell you who's done it really well, and obviously their heroes are Beatles, is Oasis. I mean, their world tour, I didn't really see any bad reviews at all. I mean,
they're still fabulous live. They do that song "Don't Look Back in Anger," and they fucking rip it, dude. Live.
well, they literally have 22 bangers in their playlist. 22 bangers for us Brits. I mean,
the singer is pretty fucking flat the way he deals with the crowd, but that's his persona. He's just like has this "I don't give a shit" attitude. Yeah. And he's like, basically, he announces to 100,000 people, he's like, "Don't look back in anger," boom, and he just starts the chords. He doesn't.
Yeah, it's all about the attitude with Liam. It really is. But like even Noel's voice, and Liam's supposed to sound like that. He sounded really good. But Liam's voice, but Noel's voice, I think, sounds better than it did 20 years ago.
Yeah, his singing voice is great still in the videos I've been watching.
The Beatles, though, are far by the most successful band that's ever conquered America compared to any other English band.
Oh yeah, I think that's.
What about Led Zeppelin? Doesn't that?
I don't know. If you were to go over total, I don't know, views or money made at concerts, it's got to be the Stones. They practically started in the mid '60s, and then they're still going. Right. So the Beatles. in their short period of time made an incredible contribution, but that's
They-
the problem. By
they sold-
1970,
They
it was-
sold within that short period of time. They sold 500 million albums in the US.
I like
I know.
Vince's comment.
It's
Immense.
wild.
Well, Oasis is going to play at Nedworth this year, I believe. This is going to be announced very shortly, I believe. And that, I
Well,
do
back,
really like-
back at Nebworth.
yeah. So
Oh,
I went there in '98 with them, and it'd be good if I went back 2026.
Wasn't that a record crowd as well for the UK for it?
Yes,
Was it
quarter million
fucking tremendous, amazing. Yeah.
for 2 nights. Quarter million for 2 nights. Yeah, they're different backers. For
As in 125,000 a night. Yeah, it was.
yeah, so they had like ocean colour scene and more of indie, and they had more rock the next night and a bit of dance as well. So they just basically it's Oasis headlining both nights with a mixture of Britpop and rock sort of and a bit of dance. Yeah, fucking
on-
great.
Someone was mentioning here a
I
comment
guess Tony Blair paid them out.
about Ringo being a mediocre drummer.
Is that
The song-
Vincent?
the
Is that
song on-
Vincent? Is that
the song-
Vincent?
What?
Sorry.
The song "The End" on Abbey Road has a drum part in it. Just before, like, what part? It's sort of like a drum solo. Paul McCartney actually plays the drum solo, which is pretty funny because Paul's a better drummer than Ringo. But Ringo he's a very unique drummer.
Different. Ringo was
Okay.
different.
Talking of the Rolling Stones, as some of you know, my most favourite artist of all time is Prince, and he was the supporting group to the Rolling Stones. I forget which stadium it was. Anyway, so he comes on and with his band, and within 5 minutes he's getting booed, bottles thrown at him. Wrong crowd completely for him. Anyway, so he goes off. He didn't even finish the set, and Mick Jagger goes to see him. He convinces him to come back for a second night. You know, maybe it's just bad luck or whatever. Exactly the same thing happens. Prince never goes back. It's just, I thought that was a funny story.
Were you there?
No.
I thought you might have been young Lee Howells in the crowd.
no.
This
No,
would have
it's
been
just-
like maybe Steel Wheels or one of those tours in the 80s,
Yeah,
90s.
I think it would have been probably late 70s, early 80s. Late
Well,
70s.
that would have been early for Prince. Prince was more of a mid
Yeah.
80s guy.
True.
But right on. That's too bad because Prince is the shit in my opinion.
Lads, can you put the link in the chat? Vin is in the
Oh yeah.
chat. That's good,
Yeah.
lads.
Got to get a drink.
Listen, Griffith.
Alrighty.
We can do that. Just take me a second.
All right.
Last dance, you having a whiskey tonight?
It's hard, you can't tell how much is left in that bad boy. Half? Not even.
It's a fucking litre bottle or something, is it? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Grande.
Here we go. And the link is in the chat.
Good. Yeah, Vincent Vega is a big panel member on a load of UK stuff, and he's great fun.
Right on. I'm
Fair
gonna
enough. You guys are taking over the pub tonight. The UK
work
UK
for
in
me.
the house.
It's international. I like it. I'm gonna go to the driveway and I will return.
No Canadians.
He's having a piss on the bush, he is. We all know.
Yeah, most of my news and stuff is from the US, so I don't have much to offer them.
Have any of you Americans been disappointed with ally support or NATO support, or do you think they're doing the right thing by keeping out of it?
What
I'm
ally support?
Well, exactly. I'm disgusted with this country. I really am. It's embarrassing. It's so
Well,
embarrassing.
I have a note that says that I believe Spain and Italy also are now signaling that we're not allowed to use their airspace.
Spain, yeah, they've already said that, yeah. But then they're getting funded a lot from Iran, so there's reasons behind the scenes with that country.
I just think that if you guys need us before Trump's out and the next guy's in, that's gonna not go too well.
Yeah.
Too right.
I mean, honestly, the UK Prime Minister is a disgrace in office. You're supposed to stick loyal to your allies. Iran is still a premier threat to the West.
You need to move your mic, Welsh. You're
Is that better?
100%.
Welshie, I don't know if I'm right here, whether it was an old clip, but I think it was to do with today. Did Starmer go to a football match today and all the crowd was singing Starmer is a wanker? Did he go to I think he went to one of the FA Cup matches and it was like a 2-minute going, Starmer is a wanker. Starmer. Fucking brilliant.
It happens all the time now, like sporadically, you know, and you just need like 6 or 8 people start it and everyone just joins in.
He ain't been in a pub for a while, has he?
No. Did you see the last time he tried to go into a pub?
You can let him on.
I think we watched it here.
The landlord screamed at him and told him to get out of his pub. It was
Lee, I can't do it, but Lee, put that in the back chat, mate. That's hilarious for us to see if you see that again. It's so funny. Get out of my house. And the guy was a lifelong Labour supporter up until that moment. Lifelong Labour supporter. I think he was a car member as well and everything, this guy. Yeah.
This happened out. Hey, bud, this happened recently in Boston at the Red Sox home opener. They had the Mayor Michelle Wu of Boston, and the governor, Maura Healey, and the boos were far and wide in that motherfucking stadium for these ladies throwing out the first pitch. Pretty hilarious stuff, and they are extremely progressive liberal. So
they had Laurie Lightfoot doing it. I think it was yesterday or something. Laurie Lightfoot doing it as well. She had exactly the same response. She's the mayor of Chicago. Is it?
Is she still? I don't know.
No, she's out now. She's gone now, isn't she?
Oh, so is it dated? Is it?
Her and her googly eyes have moved on.
Brandon Johnson is now the mayor of
What's happening, Vin?
Hey, Welshie, how are you, man? Good to see
Not
you.
bad, man.
I know Plastic as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I know Packer. I know Packer from Dangerfield. How are you guys?
Yeah, Bondi.
So you've got to think with Starmer that surely he's 2 years in now, and every time you go anywhere, you get a large crowd singing Starmer is a wanker. Surely that's got to have an effect on your well-being. It's got to chink your armor in some way. You know, you're gonna be quite resilient reaching the title of PM, but surely it's gonna have an effect.
Well, you've got a good radio voice.
Yeah, I get told that all the time.
Okay.
I did work in radio about 20 years ago.
Okay.
The thing is, Vin, it's happening just organically. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
I seen veterans on Trafalgar Square the other day, and they all lined up 30 of them. And when they have their photos taken, they all started singing out the blue. It just,
you know how when you're getting ready for work in the morning and you hear a song on the radio and it sticks in your head all day? I wonder if he ever gets that. Just the tune, just the ditty in his head. Do, 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 do. You know?
I know for a fact if I see any police bikes and anything between Whitehall and Westminster, which is, as you know, Vin, about 300 yards, about 300 yards tops, that's what I'm going to sing loud as I can. Even if he's not in that car, I just don't care at this stage. I want him to hear it, innit?
But I mean, also as well, you have to applaud him a little bit, because whenever I see him in interview or if he's walking around some factory up north telling them that we're going to fund this, fund that, whilst in the background planning to shut down the whole fucking site. He seems very resilient. He seems as though that there's no breaking him, you know. He's very. I mean, he makes John Major look like he's got personality.
So I think someone said that
Wouldn't
there's
you
been
say it's the sort of thing with him that he's never going to fail the agenda that he's trying to work towards. So regardless of what his haters think, he's like, that's how they are here in this state. Like the women throwing out the pitch, people don't like them. They don't give a shit. They're never going to change because their agenda never changes. And it won't.
I said a similar thing recently on a panel that I think he has a task at hand, and he's slowly working through that, and that probably drives him more than anything.
What do you believe that task is?
Sorry, I missed.
What do you believe that task is?
Well, he's introduced very draconian measures. You know, me and Welshie and Plastic African can't even call anyone on the internet a wanker now without the risk of the police calling around at 2:00 in the morning. We can't criticise politicians. We most certainly cannot say anything which may be a besmirch on some sort of minority. Yep. So anyone with a slight tan, you can't say a word about. And this puts an individual in a very difficult position, because I'm used to the internet being able to say what I want and absolutely fucking torturing lefties whenever I feel like, and now it's a bit more difficult.
Do you believe in a deep state?
No, not really. I'm not much of a conspiracist. Of course, there's people pulling strings in the background. Of course, there's people who have a vested interest in each individual country. I don't think there's a massive conspiracy. I don't think they're eating children. I definitely don't think they're ordering pizza or worshipping Baal. The misnomer on Baal is that he's the evil one. Baal is the god of fertility, you know. So this is the one thing that blows out the conspiracy theories, I think.
I don't know why the link's not working, but the title's coming up in private chat. If you put what I've just put into YouTube, I've got to go for pee. Watch it. It's 3 minutes long. You don't have to watch all of it, but well, you do really. But honestly,
there's no link there, buddy.
I know. It's just the title. Just put that into YouTube, though. I don't know why the link's not going through. But just watch that. It's absolutely amazing. It's horrendously embarrassing. But honestly, please just watch it. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. See if you can pull it up through that title.
Yeah, as long as it's the same, it should come up.
Yeah, and I just sent it to you, Based, as well, just so you got on your WhatsApp. It's unreal.
All right, we could put it on now if you want.
It's
nothing bad. There's no swearing in it or anything like that. It's just them being interviewed. You should see what happens. It's absolutely, and then they get asked a question which they're like, stumped.
Oh, here we are.
Let me ask you a question, because you mentioned respecting each other. I'm thinking of respect towards all of the listeners. You played a video in there. What was it? The smashing video. You were doing a smashing class.
Yeah, we had a rage room because we were beating the blue out of the Monday. So people could text us like, I have a blue Monday because my car broke and everything. And okay, we'll smash something for you, Callum.
And you smashed.
And then he was out. They said like, wow, this really felt good.
And it was pretty intense. And I saw in one part you had a statue of Jesus. Now,
here we
I
go.
know you laughed. Do you think that for many listeners, they would find that so deeply offensive to take a bat and to smash Jesus into pieces?
Wasn't it Madonna, by the way? No, it was.
There was one, I think, of Madonna, the Madonna and the child, and there was one of Jesus.
So that's a very good question, because I think it might offend people. I think in Belgium, not really. We're not a very religious country.
Anymore.
Definitely not the listeners of Studio Brussels, but what we did, all the things we smashed, we made it very clear as well that these were all things that were already
see it in a minute. The woman,
so the statue, it was turned face towards the back of the room, so you wouldn't see the face as well, because that was
No, it's
already, it was a
broken,
broken
but symbolically
statue
it
as
doesn't
well.
mean anything.
But I think I would have been
Right.
more careful in another country. Definitely, in
Here we go.
Belgium, it is not a big issue.
Wait for this now.
Let me ask you this: if you were doing the video again, would you smash a symbol of the Prophet Muhammad?
Oh no.
That is a very dangerous one.
You wouldn't do it. Why
No.
not?
No, because that would be inappropriate. Because in Belgium there are many.
But there are Christians too. I know the Pope
Yeah.
visited Belgium recently.
No, I know they're Christians, but it's since we are all from the Christian tradition, I think it's like laughing with yourself,
Right.
or like
But you would never do it with
No, it's not,
Muhammad.
darling.
No.
You're offended
Star
loads
of
of
David?
Christians. Stupid
For
bitch.
Judaism.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't
No.
do it.
No, no.
It's the same
no.
thing. I think we have all been raised Catholic, so that gives us a little more credit to do this.
They're not religious.
But it's harder if you do it from a religion that you know nothing about. I think that is very dangerous as well.
Well, you know, some
Apparently
of
they
the
knew
main
nothing about
ideas and
Catholicism.
teachings are the same. It's just interesting watching it. I cover spirituality and religion normally on the BBC and other networks. So when you see it, you see that hypocrisy. Jesus Christ, the statue, smash it in two, but never for Muhammad or for anything to do with the Jewish faith. And you have listeners who are Christians too, and it's taxpayer-funded VRT. It's the public broadcaster.
Absolutely, but I think you have to look at the specific audience of your station. I would
Look at that
definitely
penny
not
drop
do
on
this
her
on
face.
every station. But the Studio Brussels station is very alternative.
Was Bro trying to
so
hold his hand?
I mean, we know that they're not very religious in any way. There are other
Well, I
stations
don't
where
know.
we
You don't
just
know
have to
that.
maybe very,
All right, we
very,
got
very
enough out of
careful
this.
for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have. Yeah.
Wait, yeah.
I mean, to be frank, I think they're pussying out a little bit, but I don't blame them for doing that because they don't want to end up, getting
Dead?
stabbed or
Yeah,
something.
but they're hypocrites. They're all hypocrites.
Yeah, there's a certain hypocritical aspect to it.
Oh, they were not ready for that question, though, were they?
Steve, I've just got to cut in here because what you've just said is just it qualifies everything. Yeah, if you can laugh at yourself and you can be a bit mockery about your religion, but laugh it off, whatever. You just said they wouldn't do it because they might get stabbed. Now, that's the way to react, is it? Because that's the whole problem with this situation. Everyone keeps quiet. Everyone's afraid that it might offend someone. And their reaction is, if you offend me, I'll kill you. Now, if you take the piss out of God when you're watching Monty Python's Life of Brian, I don't go out and start killing the production team and all the actors that were in it and
No, of
everything
course
else.
not.
No, because we're sensible. We're civilized. They're
Of course.
fanatical fucking idiots. And you
You're
just
right.
said, I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't want to get stabbed. And that's the fucking world we're living in.
Of course it is.
But
Yes.
it's not right. But it's not right.
No. Right and reality often
it's
don't
left.
line up, brother. Sadly,
I know.
This
But
is
why
one of
did
those
they
times.
smash the statue of Jesus? Was that funny?
No,
It's supposed
but
to be.
it's not. Personally, for me, it's not offensive.
Not
at
for
all.
you, but did they
Well,
think?
because they told that Jesus is almost their prophet, but not.
Yeah,
Did
but
they
Jesus
think
in
it
the
was
West
funny?
is that he is the Lamb of Christ to bring God to us as a Gentile. Correct?
Oh, they
You know
must
that.
have thought it was funny.
No, I think last
no,
answer
they-
was
No, it's because it's
Yeah, but the bottom line is, it just proves their hypocrisy because they haven't got the balls to do it for other faiths, but they've got the balls to do it for Christians. And if you watch the last bit of that interview, he says to them, "Are you practicing Catholics?" And they said, "No, we're atheists."
So it's crucial to notice that they were in a smash room. We're all aware of what they are. You can go in and get rid of some aggression. It's probably important to notice that whoever created that crash room for filming decided to bring in a statue of Mary and the baby and a statue of Jesus. So they chose those two items for smashing.
I can see it as
For them to say, well, we're not really that religious. They've made a conscious decision to bring those two items in. I would have assumed that they were more difficult to find than your average statue.
And like last answer, they assume, wrongly, that Belgium's not a very religious country. What a load of bollocks.
I can't agree that they're hard to find. You can definitely find Catholic statues pretty readily.
Yeah, but you would have to go to a specific place to find them. Whereas your average statue you'd find in.
But
Yeah,
if you
different
if
it's the only one they knew they could get away with. That's another thing reflective of the point that I made earlier that you were touching on, Welshman, that you can get away with it because Catholics and Christians are basically going to turn the cheek and just say, whatever, you fucking idiots. I don't give a fuck what you smash. The other ones are the ones that are going to be, getting all if you fucking do it with the wrong thing. So
and the thing is, Steve, if I seen the stats on church arson or mysterious fires, and if I would pull it up now, it's crazy the numbers. Right, how church fires have increased over the years, and it's just happened over the last couple of decades for some apparent reason, not really knowing, obviously, But
Also,
it's not just France,
There's two offenses. Sorry, Welshie. There's two offenses. Last Dance made a great point. Muslims would never have a statue of Muhammad themselves. Just putting an image of Muhammad on the table would have triggered the first offense, and then smashing it would have been over the top second offense. So, yeah. That's
But an image of Muhammad doesn't exist, does it? They don't.
Right, and to present one is a very grievous offense.
Exactly.
Actually,
well, look at the cartoonist in France when he did a cartoon, didn't he, in France, and he was shot or killed.
Yeah. Charlie Hebdo.
Don brought it up. They didn't want to
Are you suggesting that we have to wait until the Great Deportation is over before we create the Muhammad smash rooms?
I think
yes,
that
100%.
Do it at any
well,
point in time
but it won't
in
be interesting then.
Maybe do it halfway through the deportations.
Maybe you get to keep the bat after you leave, and that might be.
Vincent, millions must go.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it's just gonna happen politically.
Well, we can get rid of 18% of the prison population. That would be a good start, wouldn't it?
How much does the UK rely on immigrant labor, under lower wage labor?
Well, not at all. I mean, it scales, doesn't it? You don't need them if the rest of them aren't here. You don't need all of those spectacularly performing doctors and nurses if we don't have to care for certain demographics who get sick at rates far, far higher than your average white Western European.
So you're saying that the UK doesn't rely at all on lower wage migrant labor?
Well,
currently,
no. I mean, once you get rid of the competitiveness, then those lower wages become sort of workable wages, don't they?
No, we do have migrants earning minimum wages that will do the jobs that English young people won't do, such as farming and picking crops, this, that, and the other. They work in many places, at a lower wage. The only thing is that a lot of them are illegals, and then when you lower that wage, the whole wage system starts to come down as well. So they drag it down.
Yeah, and just to give you a heads up as well, 29% of the NHS is foreign born, right? That includes from kitchen porters to these high class doctors, surgeons, and neurosurgeons. But what we got to remember is the UK have been doing this for a couple of decades now, and the NHS seems to be getting worse. So at what point, right, do you sit back and, a bit like Vincent's saying, well, obviously when the numbers increase, the people increase, the usage increases, and if, for example, that didn't exist, then it would cause problems at the start, I'm sure. But we out a lot of our jobs in the NHS abroad anyway for some unknown apparent reason, even though we're a first world country and we should be training our own people up to do
Are you though?
trained.
Are you training native born?
No,
for the
we're
doctors
not.
and nurses?
We're actually highlighting foreign. So what we do in the UK, sadly, we asset strip countries. Sri Lanka, India, obviously, and Nigeria. A lot of nurses come from Nigeria and stuff, in Kenya. And sadly, what we do, we asset strip their professionals and bring them over to this country. Then they bring their dependents over to this country, and then they stay in this country.
So, but you're saying that if you're not actively training, if you're not giving incentive to native borns to cover these positions, that means that you can't strip and deport and rework the system until they're there to replace it. Otherwise, you're just running at a deficit.
Yeah. Well, RW, you're right there. This is the major problem with the UK government and Starmer and Labour. So it's become more of a generation of benefit claim people. Yeah, because what happens is that there's about 22 million people that generate the tax for the country. And then you've got the cost of living situation because the taxes are going up all the time to cater for the people that are on benefits. And the benefit system is that I can go to the doctor tomorrow and go, I'm not feeling well. I don't think I can get out of bed. And the doctor goes, right, okay, we'll sign you off. And I can turn that then into a mental illness and I can claim. And my wife can then do the same. And if we've got, say, 3 kids, I get money for the 3 kids and everything else. So it was worked out. It was a massive headline a few weeks back that if you were 2 parents on benefits with 3 children, your earnings over the year is £67,000. Now that tells people what's the point in fucking working. So you've got this situation where the taxpayer's trying to pay all the benefits, and what the country's doing, and you're spot on, is they're borrowing more and more and more to be able to pay the benefits in the country and taxing us more and more to try and keep up with it. And this is where the system's gone array completely. It needs a government that comes in and goes, you're going to be means tested. If you can do this, that, and the other, you should be working. And you can have your dole money, but after a certain amount of time, 6 months, if you haven't got a job, we're going to have to really review your situation. So it's just they're so soft. And then I'm going to come back. Once again, I'm not being racist, but Labour's main voters are Asian populations who have 6 or 7 or 8 kids. And by the way, there was a cap on that called the child allowance. Each kid gets a bit of money, irrespective of your wealth. And they was capped it at 2. When Labour got in, they've taken that cap away. You can have as many children as you want and you'll get money for each child. And which people in this country have 6, 7 or 8 kids? Well, just guess, because most white people are having, and black people are having 1 or 2 children, maybe the odd few 3. But Asian families aren't. They're breeding like you wouldn't believe, and they're getting money for it. And who's paying for it? I've got to pay for it. I've got to pay more taxes to keep them having free money. The whole country is in such a state, RW, it's unreal. We've gone to the dogs.
I mean,
now
that's
you
use the
descriptor of Asian. Is there a more accurate description?
Yeah, it would probably be the likes of Pakistanis, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah.
I
wouldn't say not like Chinese. There's quite a few Chinese here, but they all work. They all set up businesses. They're all good. But no, the other generations, some of them do work. Don't get me wrong. Some of them have got businesses, but they are fundamentally claiming for everything that they can. It's so hard to prove who they are.
All right. So what's the solution? What do you offer as a solution? I mean, I can understand, deport, get rid of the problem, but what is the government solution to incentivize civilians to pick up the banner?
Pay them more. Bring back, but the thing is, we don't make anything anymore. So there's no apprenticeships or anything like that. So you're going to have to pay them more. We're a complete service country, call centres, finance, this, that. But so there's a massive problem there with the youth. To get them into work, because the only other work you can then do is you're gonna have to go out onto the farms and pick the crops and do this, that, and the other, and they don't want to do it because they go, I can stay at home and earn more money sat on my ass doing nothing.
Well, what about the college route and getting what we have as an MBA here or something like that, and getting into business? And if you have a good head on your shoulders, $100,000 out of college in that field, that's doable.
You've got no problem in doing that. Absolutely.
But that's not what I'm asking you. Is that a good subset of people, or is that group? Okay, so you still have that. All right. I mean, I've heard a lot of people saying that college is becoming overrated in some ways, but when you're talking the way you are, to me, it seems a way to avoid that is education.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you have to incentivize that education. I think that if the system allows them to earn money doing nothing, you have to to create the mindset of willpower.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and you've got to invest money in it as well, and that's the problem. There's no money, so schools are short of staff, problems for equipment. It's just dire here. Unless you go to a private school, then
you're talking
then
like middle school, high schools are short staffed and low on equipment. Like
even primary schools.
And the brunt of most budgets in most towns and cities is generally schooling is first.
Yeah.
So what's the main intake of money for you, Lee? Do you have property tax? Is it what is it? What
all of them?
What goes?
Sorry, say what my taxes are.
Yeah, like here, what funds the schools, and because it's done town by town, at least in Massachusetts, is primarily your property tax to live in the town.
Oh right, no, that wouldn't be for our property taxes. Pay for things like street lighting, Binsby and Empted, police, fires.
Not schools.
Wow, that's like an HOA here.
Schools come from the budget of the local councils, which is awarded to them through the government. So
wow, different. So the feds have a very small piece of the schooling here, and some people, like Last Dance, think they should have zero piece.
Right.
What's also interesting is you're talking about a system that's kind of crumbling because of the youth, bludgeoning off the system and not having a will to be a part of it. But we're also running into a situation where technology is decreasing the need of certain jobs and labor anyway. So as that increases, how does that work out?
Just to go back there, RW, the culture here in a big way is that you've got a generation now whose parents were also have been claimants. So the kids look up to their parents and go, "Oh, well, my parents don't work; they just claim benefits." Now, look, I will be straight. There are some people that deserve benefits, okay, but there's a great majority that don't. So when the kids are in that environment, they have no ambition at all. I can just do what mum and dad does. You know what I mean? And remember that includes housing as well. It's not like they haven't got a roof over their head, and every other thing that they do it gets funded through benefits.
So how long does
the opposite of generational wealth? It's like generational mooching.
Because there's enough wealth in that.
There's
still generational wealth. They just don't have to work for it.
You stay afloat, but that's it. They're not.
Yeah,
is all you need,
you're not going on great holidays or anything, but you can live for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It's not a recipe for sustainability, though, because if people stay on public assistance over generations, then people who need public assistance because of bad, like losing a job or losing a leg or something, they're gonna start that cycle, and eventually everybody will be on public assistance.
Just a fine tune. A lot of people in the UK, like the frauds you were getting in, America, with like the daycare and all that. There's a huge problem in the UK, and it's called PIP. I can't remember what it stands. I can't remember what it stands for, but I'll tell you what it means. What it means is you're disabled in some way. No, you can qualify with PIP if you got anxiety and stuff. But obviously, there's loads of ways out. And if you go on PIP, you get a lot more money, right? A lot more money for doing absolutely fuck all, and then you get like a choice of a car and stuff, and you can then like lease a car off them for like hardly any cash at all. Someone's making money, but it's certainly
you're giving cheap cars to people that have mental disabilities.
Well, yeah,
and we're not talking low profile cars here.
Brand new cars,
and it's like brands like BMWs, Mercedes. Yeah.
How long does this go on? Are there people there who are monitoring them?
Well, yeah,
and-
yeah. But Steve, once
Yeah,
every
but
if
it's,
you-
it's
if
rarely
you've
it's
injured
rarely
your- let's say
reviewed.
you've
It's ra-
injured your back, Steve, and you can't pick anything up, and you find it hard to walk. Yeah, so you get the PIP, and you get more money. Like Base just explained. Well, in 6 months' time, you're going to have to go along to an office for somebody to inspect you. So what you do is you hobble in, and when you sit down, you make a noise and everything, and you give it large, and they go, "Oh yeah, obviously it's still hurting. It's your back. We can't really prove anything about your back." Back is a very popular one.
Yeah.
And then you'll see sometimes they'll do a little purge, and you'll see like a clip of a guy playing golf on the golf course, and then it'll go in and say, and then they'll play him the video and go, "Well, one of our inspectors was hidden, and here you are playing an 18-hole golf course," and yeah, he'll get prosecuted. But they're very few and far between because once again, they haven't got the staff and the stuff to monitor it because there's no bloody money in the country.
You always want to catch him with that 300-yard drive where he twists all the way around.
Yeah,
Slow motion in the courtroom. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but boys, I've been to the pub. I've been to the pub, and someone I know is like signing on, and they get like a phone. They get a phone interview, and he's in the beer garden, right? Just in the corner of the beer garden. He's in the park, like or whatever, and he has like a 2-minute phone call with, the person there, and basically. Obviously, I think neither of them want to talk to each other. It's just a process. It's literally like that. That's how we were sat listening on.
Isn't there any shame in being on assistance on the dole or whatever you call it?
For
I would
some,
say
no.
maybe 10, 20 years ago, but
Yeah,
I would
less
say
and
now
less.
it's not the case now.
It's too common. I want to bring up a question or a point that Loafer did in the chat. I think Last Dance, you're the only boomer generation on the panel. Is that correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay. The
Barely.
point was boomers are robbing the benefits of their grandchildren. I see a very large majority of my generation blaming the situation of the United States on the boomer generation.
You know what they call it? Total boomer luxury communism.
I've never heard that.
That's the phrase that they use.
Well, do you have any view on accuracy of that? Is it true that the boomers have a death grip on the economy and finance for the younger generations, or is that just a bullshit complaint?
No, it is true, and it's because they're entering the Social Security years, which is a tremendous program to transfer wealth from young people who are poor to old people who are rich. That's that's the summary of the Social Security and all the retirement benefits in the U.S. So
should Social Security not go to people above a certain threshold?
I don't know what the answer is. I just know that it's currently not sustainable and something has to be done. There's no chance that anything will be done.
Because you guys paid into the system, so why would you not be able to reap from the system despite how much money you make? Or
Well, I think we take out much more than we put in.
Okay.
I mean, that's the problem. Is it's not it's not solvent in a in an insurance way or a.
People are living longer.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, if you're getting, I think I'd be getting like $2,500 a month right now. I think I saw that on my Social Security page recently. But by the time I get to 67 or whatever, that should be increased significantly. But that is something that if I had that money, I would obviously be investing it otherwise, and maybe I could do pretty well off of it, but I don't think I could do as well as the guaranteed payments that I'll get from Social Security for what I pay into it,
It would be a mistake to blame it all on boomers. This nation in general has for the last 20 years been borrowing from future generations to fund the current generations.
Yeah, but what's
So-
it? What, I was reading some article about some of the world's biggest finance institutes that were saying that those people born just after the war, 48, 50, have been the boomer generation, have probably been the best generation that's ever lived up to now. And they were saying that they're really confident about the future because in the next 10 years, there's going to be a massive influx of cash because of inheritance, because they will also ultimately be virtually all gone. And they'll have left their money to their kids and this, that, and the other. So the financial institutes are quite confident that there's going to be a massive influx of dosh in a few years' time, which will obviously they're clapping their hands and rubbing them because they go, yeah, I'll get them all to invest in this, that, and the other, or whatever. But it is interesting.
Or for most of us in our 40s and 50s, we'll pay off our mortgage if we're lucky enough to be able to do so.
Amen,
And
brother.
then in and of itself, that saves so much money per month that you can then use that to
big time.
Start
getting out of
accumulating your
debt
own
is-
nest.
That is the biggest anchor of any of it all. It's hard to grow when you have like 30-year debt on a mortgage, or of course you always have every fucking thing, and it's like if you could not be saddled with any debt whatsoever. I can't imagine what that would be like.
You are part of the generation that was the mortgage generation. Just under me, I see a lot of people that are like, I can't break out of rent and do the mortgage game. So I'm curious what the younger are we going to get to the point where the cost of homes comes down and they can also get into the old-fashioned mortgage lockdown that we're used to, or is that
It's never
just
going to happen though, bro. Like my house now is appraised at over $300,000 more than 11 years ago. So, and now, right? So I got a 3.3 mortgage rate. Right now I'd have a 6.6. So I'd be paying what, 600 grand, 700 grand to buy a house. And then on top of that, you'd have 6% interest. Like you're talking thousands of dollars a month in interest payments alone. It's at the beginning, at least.
Working blue.
It's insane, man. Like, I really feel for these people. I know people who make over 100 grand together as a couple. They're in the mid 150s, 160s, and they're like, "There's no way they could buy a house."
Can you see another wave of pioneers pushing into Alaska and stuff to just homestead the land and start out and just have something because they can't even afford a tiny home in the suburbs?
Do you have to put down a deposit if you're going to buy a house? Do the banks? Yeah.
But they have a first-time home buyer exclusion
Credit.
where you can get one for like 3%.
So 3% of the property's value you've got to put down as a deposit. Yeah.
For your first
the
home.
house-
Otherwise, it's 10 to 20, I believe.
Yeah, if the house is say $600,000, you have to put a deposit of 3%. So 1% would be 6,000. So 3 would be 18,000, which is a great first-time home buyer thing. But
yeah, but if you sorry,
Go ahead.
Steve, but if you say people that combined income can be $150,000 to $160,000, why can't they save that over a couple of years?
Saving the total amount, they can save
No.
amount.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Save the deposit, and then they can buy a house.
I guess the mortgage is just gonna strip them down. They'll be what you might call house poor. They can afford it, but they're basically spread very thin.
Because sometimes I'm not like criticizing them. It's the same situation here, but sometimes I think, what's their priorities in life? Is it do they want to get a home, or they don't say they can afford a home because they want to go on those 3 holidays and have that new car and do this, that, and the other? Sometimes I just don't know whether that generation don't maybe prioritize things like the older generation did. There might be loads of reasons for that, but
I could see if I was looking for a home now, and I make a lot more now than I did when I bought the home. I can see it's a difficult market, at least around here.
But I could say to you then, when you first bought a home, were you were willing to make the sacrifices needed for you to be able to have a home?
Yeah, apartment.
See, I don't
living
think the generation, the latest kind of generation that are, I don't think they do. I think they want to go to a restaurant twice a week. I think they want to go on 3 holidays. I think, like I said, they want. Well, you've got to make some sacrifices and save some money.
I was a moron and I lost my home doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I've had to give
literally
some people like tips on things that I know are moving out of apartments where I happen to manage. On like guys like don't know what to buy. They're like, dude, what should I buy for tools? What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna have a home now, and I'll like write up lists for people. Like, there's a certain cluelessness going on with some of the younger people now, unfortunately, but. Some of them are doing it. Some of them are doing it. Some of them aren't. But I'm not going to say it's an easy market right now. Like I think I said this last week when we looked, in one day we saw 8 possibilities of homes and settled on the one we bought. But right now, there's no inventory. People are too scared to sell because the interest rates are too high, and then the reflective inventory that you're going to have to be able to look at to buy is minuscule. So. There's nothing coming on the market. Builders right now who build spec houses get fucking 40 to 50 people a day doing walkthroughs, bidding wars like crazy. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Great time to be a builder.
I heard Dubai's property prices have dropped 40% the last couple of weeks.
I don't know. Dubai, didn't they build that huge floating island that's like slowly sinking?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, they've had a couple of missile strikes, and I believe it's affected the market very, very, very immediate to all accounts.
I mean, it's talk about money, man. I've heard of people abandoning like Lamborghinis and shit in the street over there, just like
Yeah. Do you know why they do it? Do you know the background?
No.
So
Look, I smoke and he coughs every time.
You're supposed to light the plant and inhale the smoke, not just directly inhale the plant.
So I believe if you miss one payment, right, like car payment, I think you're in like serious trouble. And if you miss 2, you go into prison, right? They don't fuck about over there for like this financing thing, and basically they're not owned by these people. They're they've signed a deal. But what it does mean is they can never go back to Dubai ever, because as soon as they get to Dubai, that will catch them out. They're
interesting.
So that's
pretty common.
Yeah, but it's so common out there. It's crazy, and like you said. You're seeing like Ferraris, all sorts now, 200, 400 grand, £1 million cars just getting abandoned, and like sometimes straight at the airport. They'll drive them to the airport and leave them in their fucking short stay.
They can't even leave Dubai until the debt is settled either.
Yeah, so
and then they
that's why
can't return.
What is it? Is it 1 missed payment or is it 2? I think
it's a bit more generous than that. I think it's 2 or 3 payments. They're very strict. They're very sort of on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you what. So you touched on this last week, actually, RW. I wasn't on last week, but I threw in a couple of comments. Going back to tax for a second as well. Based, you must have read this. See, HMRC now. This is our department that collects taxes for you Americans. So if you're self-employed or got your own business, you have to declare how much tax how much you've earned. Depending on how much you've earned, it's depending on how much you'll be taxed. Now, a lot of people try and kind of get out of that with their accountant to make sure that maybe they've not earned so much as far as HMRC are concerned. So they get a lower tax bill. But have you seen they've just spent £100 million putting this new department in, which works with AI, and they're allowed to check your Facebook account not WhatsApp, Instagram, this, that, and the other. Because if there's pictures of you sort of driving a nice car or on holiday and stuff, it will weigh up whether you are in a. How can you afford all of that when you've only declared this amount?
Right.
And that's rolled out at the beginning of this year. So there's a lot of people that are going to get a lot of shocks just coming.
Yeah, don't be surprised when AI technologies are algorithmically flagging all of this information in real time.
Yeah,
So,
unreal.
But and that's only gonna take out the dumb people. You just have to be cunning.
Yeah, you do too, right?
Not that I'm advocating to be a piece of shit. I'm just saying, like, a lot of dumb people are gonna get tagged.
Yeah, big time.
What were you guys talking about?
To say that in England that when if you're self-employed or you own a business, then you have to declare your taxes. I know how much you've made. Sorry, and then the department called HMRC will work out how much tax you've got to pay. But they've just invested, I think it's about £100 million in a new department which will look at your declared earnings, and then it will also look at your social media. So if you've got things on Facebook, like, and you're in the Bahamas, and you've got a brand new car or this, that, and the other, then AI is going to flag it up, going, there's this discrepancy here, because he said he only earned $30,000 last year, and yet his lifestyle seems to be $150,000. And of course, you're going to get investigated and prosecuted. So you've got to be careful what you put on those sort of media sites, because it could end up you shoot yourself in the foot.
Right, a painter writes off 15 new paint sprayers at $2,000 a piece. They're like, how many fucking paint sprayers does somebody have to buy every year? You know?
Yeah.
And that's like shit like that happens. And frankly, I'm getting audited by my state right now, and we're W-2 people, so our shit's done by an accountant. It's super easy. We get one form each from our employer. You know, it's like we're the last people who are going to cheat, because frankly, we don't even do our own taxes. We pay somebody else to do it. It's very simple.
Yeah.
And it must be some automated thing with the state of Massachusetts, but like they're just wasting time if they're auditing W-2s. Almost never mistakes with those. Very rarely.
There's
a double thing. You know, your last pay stub matches your W-2. That information gets entered into your taxes, and then, you know, it's a simple fucking calculation. It's not very hard. But like, I know the contractors and subcontractors must have so much wiggle room of what they can write off and saving receipts. And frankly, you can buy a bunch of shit and return it and right away. And if you have proof with the receipts of the purchase, and when you go to return it, you just use the credit card that you paid for it on, so they don't actually get the paper receipt back, so they don't change it. You can record that receipt in your write-offs, and
that's shady, bro.
Dude, it could save you tens of thousands of dollars. I'm sure guys do it. But my point is, it's not us W-2 people. It's the contractors. It's the independent guys.
Did any of you Americans just consider opening a Leering Center instead?
I think we've had enough Leering in the last 4 years.
We got a lot of Leering centers. We got plenty of those.
We're still auditing the ones that already exist.
It's still different. But lads, how many cars a year get abandoned in Dubai, do you reckon?
Oh, I reckon thousands.
Abandoned? Like they run out of fuel and they just walk away from
500.
Okay, so up to 3,000 a year get abandoned, and the reason why they get abandoned is it's a criminal debt under UAE law. Failing to pay a debt or defaulting on a car loan is a criminal offence, not just civil, which will lead in imprisonment. That's therefore individuals often ban their cars at airports and flee the country to avoid prison.
Have you seen those videos, Base, where like they're leaving the country and they've put a sticker on there like a Porsche, go in, please take it. You can just leave it.
Yeah. I know.
Unbelievable. Yeah, luxury cars.
You're seeing some cars. You're seeing some cars that are literally abandoned in like the airport, and you know they've been abandoned for like at least a year. There's so much dust on them. It's like
Yeah.
it's a 200 grand Bentley or something. You know, just that's it.
Crazy.
Keys in the ignition.
Nuts. Nuts, I tell ye.
We
shit.
talked.
How come we have not covered Iran tonight? Then I'm going to put a question out there. You think this is ending? Do you think this is ending in a few weeks? Has he got an off ramp he can get out of it, or do you think it's just going to spread and get worse? And are you going to put troops on the ground as well?
It depends on the Gay of Hormuz.
Yeah, the meme hit RW recently. I've seen that yesterday as well. Well played, oh boy.
I'm gonna say,
mind you, RW, they're concentrating on the straits of Hormuz, aren't they? And the gays are more important than Hormuz, aren't they?
Yeah,
I have no reason to say that this Lee is going to be ending anytime soon from what I'm seeing. No.
Right.
Like, reality doesn't line up with what Donald says. So I'm just...
Yeah, I think he's tap dancing, and I think the music's going to stop playing soon.
You think he's bitten off more than
know.
he could chew then?
I know that we moved troops over there, but at the same time, something doesn't seem right. I thought we were going to be in a long drawn out, but I have this weird feeling that we're just going to pull back. We're just going to walk away.
Okay,
I know that doesn't seem right, but that's my vibe.
RW, get that clip up then, because you've seen the meme. Get that clip up with that German guy trolling the libs with the gays of Hormuz. Get it up, mate. You know he's a goodie.
I mean, to be honest with you, RW, you might be right, because the one thing Trump doesn't like is bad publicity or people not liking him, and his perception of this war in relation to that is probably that they hate me because of this, so I should end it. And that might have more of a bearing than anything.
I think I understand your point, but if we are actually not dependent on the Strait of Hormuz and its other nations, we went in, we bombed the shit out of them, we weakened them, they can deal with getting their fuel through that strait. If we actually don't depend on that, then we can back away and it doesn't affect us. If we do depend on it and the petrodollar is very, very important to our economy, then we can't just not care. So that's where I'm trying to understand what.
Hang on. The point of engagement was because they were making uranium-253. I'm not
going with that. That doesn't mean anything.
You really don't think that fucking Israel would have nuked the area already?
I'm not even playing in that in my mind. My game theory isn't in that direction.
You know it's true, bro. That's why we have spectrographs. They can actually see this stuff from space, bro. You know what I mean?
But African, you can't deny that this does have a similarity to the old yellow cake theory in Iraq the first time around, right?
Yeah,
second time.
You know what we did? I mean,
that's that smell, the fucking nuclear. Oh, it's nuclear. The weapons. You know, we've done this before, but that time it was a lie. But this time it is more likely than not to be true. But
well, I mean, they wouldn't have collapsed a few things prior to what was actually engaged because of what I guess I don't know. Were we going to go with NATO and Russia? Because that would engage that, which made actually China closer to Russia. Henceforth, other engagements. Remember with the what's it, Syria? That was a real low blow to Russia. Look who's running that shit, bros.
Yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz, and I put in the background for Welshman if you guys want to show it the trolling. But if the Gulf nations are extremely dependent, like 80% of their survivability is getting imports in and exports out of that strait, it makes sense that they need to do something about that situation. Is it the United States job, or are they able to back away and someone else can finish it? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't make a deal.
No one's going to be able to finish it, RW. No way. No one in the world has got the technology. And
no, Americans don't. There's a plan that says that they'll land there, take every rod out of that place, right? There is a backup plan here.
I mean, if we go in and we fucking blow the shit up out of everything, and then we just leave, and we're like, your problem now, later. I mean, I could see that we're sort of contributing to the chaos over there.
Yeah, but Steve, all missing the point. you're all concentrating on the Straits of Hormuz. And what
Yes.
about the gays of Hormuz? Because they need help too.
All right, let's get the clip up. Let's see the gays.
Okay, here we go.
They're literally just fall for it. They all fall for it. I mean, he does it because he's got like a camp German accent. This guy is fucking gets away with it.
Isn't it a little bit homophobic that we're so focused on the Straits of Hormuz?
That's right.
I agree. Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Why do you think they're willing to leave the gays of Hormuz behind?
I think it's just historically, gays have always been very discriminated against, which is wrong on so many levels.
Even in war.
Yeah, even in war, and it just takes, I think, more. More reform in government, obviously, and then also educating society.
I just feel like if we're gonna go in there, we can't leave the gay people behind. I don't think we should go in there at all, but if we're going to the gays of Hormuz, we could turn it into Fire Island.
For sure.
So we are here with the communists who don't support the Democrats either. We're gonna find out the important.
All right.
Yeah.
That was basically it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
He literally trolled about 5-6 people, and they all sucked it up, and they all took their medicine well.
It's sad because they don't have an understanding of anything with like the layout of
geography.
Geography, looking at a map, they have no idea
or reality in general.
So they're like conflating straight as in a narrow section of water, like a pass through, to straight and homosexual. Like they have no idea that there's a difference. It's really moronic, really imbecilic of her. And she sort of presents herself as this person who you would think would be intelligent if you just saw her and say, yeah, she's well dressed.
You need to give that generation your money.
She says something like that, you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
There's a possibility she's in on it.
Maybe.
They literally stop loads of people. Can you imagine waking up in the morning and you look at your DMs on your phone and it's like full up, and you're like, "What's going on here?" Then? And then you just see the clip and you think, "Oh, I'm fucking so sick. I'm so retarded."
I see a lot of people when these people are protesting, and a lot of people that I see here where they get interviewed, like Palestine, loads of like white people go, oh, and then they get interviewed and questioned, and they go, why are you here? Oh, because Israel's committed genocide, and then they get the question put to them, well, what did you think about when they crossed the border and slaughtered 1,400 people before this all stuff? And they go, oh, no, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's genocide going on in Palestine, and they're just so thick. It's unbelievable. It's
like they can't say, Lee. They can't say that was horrible and this is horrible. Both things are simultaneously horrible, and you don't have to be all in for one or the other. I don't want to see kids getting bombed. I don't want to see families getting shot and murdered in either country. So
exactly,
it all fucking sucks. I mean, Jesus.
What do you guys think about Bondi getting shafted? I mean, they were very kind in words. She's being moved to another place. She's not fired.
Good riddance.
No, she was fired.
Yeah, she was fired.
The wording wasn't in that.
She's not being moved in government, not like Noam.
I think you're confusing Christy Noam with Pam Bondi, RW.
No, I'm going off of Trump's text off of his truth.
He said she's being moved to a very important job in the private sector.
Okay.
Is she fired because she's not?
She hasn't
convicted case fast enough. Is that what's?
Yeah, that, and she hasn't gone after anyone.
And he hates women.
Well,
thank you.
Let's get that guy up.
That's
Bring
why
him
he
up
hired
over.
so many.
Yeah.
Bring him up. Let's do this.
Oh, but he was in the text while
There we go. That's good. Up one more. Up.
I think the speculation is that she was fired because she sucked at her job. But if it's the Epstein stuff, this new guy's got to do something legitimate with that whole ordeal. Because if he doesn't, he's just another stand-in. It's not. Nothing's going to change.
For me, she was the worst sort of attorney general. She was a toady for Trump. She did not maintain the integrity of the Justice Department, and while doing all that, she still couldn't avoid Trump, humiliating himself. So, he blamed her for his stupidity. Basically, is what it amounts to.
Really?
Oh, right.
But so she was doomed either way. There was no way she could succeed. She should have taken the integrity route instead of the toady route.
I think the Attorney General of the United States of America should be extremely switched on and extremely good at their job. Openly, I mean, you're a figurehead for law and justice and order, right?
President.
What's up, Aphid?
You're figurehead for the president of the United States.
Well, you're not a figurehead for the United States. You're just a figurehead for the president?
In this administration.
Oh, well, okay.
There are no pedophiles, Smoke Wife. That's all bullshit.
She does have to testify next week or the week after, and some people were pointing to the fact, well, now she's not AG anymore. Doesn't matter. She still has to fucking testify, and she might actually be able to say more not being AG. So I don't think that has anything to do with it either.
Testify before Congress?
I think so.
Yeah, for the Epstein files. So her name was subpoenaed then, not her position.
Right. So it's her name. So she's got to testify regardless. So firing her will do nothing. And I believe it's the same.
I don't think it matters whether it's her name or.
Yes, I have Smoke White.
She was in that position at the time. So, whether she's not in that position today, she's, still would have been brought forward, surely.
It's closed. It's a closed hearing, correct? The one that she has to show for. So we're not going to get to see the spice anyway. We'll just have to get reports on it. I'm pretty confident.
Never have I met two individuals that agree more than Smoke Steve Wife and Last Dance. They're like peas and carrots.
You've been around a while. I'm surprised
I
you
love peas
haven't
and
eaten
carrots.
anybody.
That's all you eat. Fucking peas
Not
and
all I
carrots.
eat, but it's one of my favorite things.
I mean, what else is there when
Yeah,
you don't
that's
eat
it.
meat?
Broccoli,
Peas, carrots, rice, potatoes.
Cauliflower. Come on, guys.
broccoli, tofu, peppers, onions, tomatoes,
Eggplant.
Mushrooms. Didn't you say you're not a big mushroom guy, right?
I do like mushrooms, some more than others.
I made a fabulous chicken thighs with mushroom gravy made from chicken fat. Well, but if I served that to Last Dance, it would just be mushrooms because he couldn't have any of the other stuff. It's like a concentrated bath of chicken. Absolutely delicious. I'll give you the recipe if you want it. For you, Last Dance, it's cut mushrooms, put on plate. That's it. That's
Like,
go.
the debate between Smoke Wife and Last Dance. So Last Dance, you're claiming that there's no proof of pedophilia amongst the ranks.
That's correct, certainly.
Okay.
Besides, certainly not Epstein, although he certainly liked them young, legally too young, but not pedophilia.
All right,
Okay,
let's
so is
have
that
a
the definition of pedophilia. And that's the argument.
Well, what do you mean?
Is Smoke Wife? What is your definition of pedophilia then? If under 18, if it's a certain, if like what age then like. I don't know what the argument is. Like, is it allegations and claims versus?
Well, there are
conviction?
legal definitions. There's an age of consent, and there's an age where they're a minor. So
Florida's
those
18.
parameters are there.
All right, let's watch a little Pam Bondi remix.
Okay.
Have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even?
The Dow right now. 50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. That's what we should be talking about.
This isn't an actual track in the song, right?
S&P at almost 7,000. The American people need to know this. Need to know how is the Dow.
Let me address
It's
AI has improved our lives in so many ways.
It has. So she was not very. She was not very articulate in front of the cameras.
Very catchy though.
She took positions on like Trump's lawsuits against all the people that make him angry that are just ridiculous. Laughed out of the courts, humiliated.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. Nadler laughed at her when she said that, and he's laughable himself.
Yeah,
Right.
no neck midget.
She looked.
It's hard to make Nadler look good, and she did.
I know. She was awful, wasn't she?
Now you're stretching
Absolutely awful.
But you know what? With this was everything that's happened with Pam Bondi was predictable right from the beginning. It was written in the stones. It was there was.
If you would have said the
She's
details,
performed exactly the way I expected her to, and gone out exactly the way I think she would.
Okay, if it's written, if you can see it written in the stones, do
Yes,
you believe
right.
that the replacement is going to be the same difference? And do you believe there's going to be any more seat replacements in the next month?
Oh, Smoke Wife, you've read all 300 million lines from the files and watched all 6,000 hours of videos.
Oh, zoom in on this chat.
Hundreds of hours.
She has watched a lot, and she's just pointing out that there are a lot of accusations that haven't been discounted that seem somewhat reasonable from underage people that claim they're adults now, but that claim when they were underage.
This is what I always say to someone who says there's a lot of stuff. Name one, just one, and I'll investigate it. The thing you think is the most convincing, and I will investigate it.
Yeah, see, I don't have the names, but that she may. But you're right. There's names. There's people who.
Okay, I've never agreed with Steve's wife on any issue, I believe, but I do agree with her on this issue.
Yeah, I mean, the accusations are as she describes in her most recent comment there, which I won't say. I don't know if that's going to come out on YouTube because of the R word, but we can see it here.
Yeah, I don't give a lot of credence to accusations in this particular context. So, like I said, don't say there's a lot. Just tell me the most convincing case you think there is.
Why would you not give credence, though? What is your basis for not? What is your basis, your internal compass that makes you not give credence to this?
Look
scenario?
into the money that can be obtained by claiming to be a victim of Epstein.
They were paid before the court case. All of the victims, in inverted commas, the girls who brought along other girls, so therefore were trafficking, they were compensated before the case even went to court.
No, Smoke Wife, I don't believe accusations. I believe in evidence.
Well, I mean, you got Guthrie, of course. I mean, she was paid off basically by Andrew, or the Queen, should we say? Why would you give her a penny if you were innocent?
Like I said, I don't care what you believe. And I don't care how many people believe Smoke Wife. If Smoke Wife says that there's so much evidence, let her give me the most, just one case, the one that is the most, she has the most confidence in the truth of. Yeah. Not all of them, just one. And, it's not going to happen.
You don't believe she's willing to spend the effort to pinpoint?
She has always been, where there's smoke, there's fire. Because there's so many accusations.
Okay.
At least one must be true, or there must be a lot going on.
Last dance.
Volume instead of quality.
Last dance. I know you know about the case in Florida, the conviction he had in 2008, I believe, where, you mentioned she was 2 weeks from her 18th birthday.
One
If you
day.
actually look into that investigation, it was all a fucking wrap up from the start. In the sense that basically he had to get done for something. He could have got done for abusing 13 and 14-year-old girls.
I know that there were
Right?
14-year-olds.
They chose, I just said 13, 14, right?
Yeah.
But they chose to do the highest skill there to give the impression that he wasn't fucking kids. Okay?
No, that isn't
Yes.
what they did.
That's exactly how that.
Where's your evidence for that? That they chose this case to somehow
Okay, you just
make
agreed
it
with me.
seem like he's a good guy?
Well,
The
well
only-
last time you just agreed with me that there was one 14-year-old or something you mentioned. Well, I said 13, 14. So
there
why
was a 14-year-old involved somewhere, yes.
in that case, where they were investigating, but the police chose to do the 17-and-a-half-year-old or whatever it was to give the impression that he wasn't fucking children.
But that has nothing to do with what Smoke Wife is saying. Smoke Wife is saying all the pedophiles. By that,
Well,
she doesn't.
I'm just giving you an example
She
there.
doesn't mean Epstein. She means Trump and all these and a lot of other people.
But I think the statement you made, which I think would be hard to convince anyone of, there was none of that action going on. So there was none of that beastly action. But as we can give you some examples now, it's highly probable that those, and we know that whether she was 17 or whether she was 13 or 14, he's convicted of that. So that doesn't stand up to say there's nothing that's going on, because we know of one
I never
case
said
that he was convicted for and sent down for.
You're talking about Epstein. I'm not talking about Epstein.
Well, I think you said there was none. There was no action, and there was.
This is her claim. Where is it? Not Epstein, but a lot of very wealthy men. Yes, and again, it's
Andrew?
always a lot. It's never, okay, name one person, name one wealthy man, and what you think, in the best, that's what I say, name one. Pick your best case. One. No, don't say 100, because they're your benefiting.
Andrew
is what?
Prince Andrew, who ended up giving 12 million to her.
To Virginia
Guthrie. I mean, why
Okay.
would you give a fucking 12 pence to Virginia Giuffre if it was nonsense?
Well, I don't know why he did it. I mean, the
Well,
obvious reason is to
yeah.
avoid bad publicity.
Well, no, he was getting bad publicity over it. The publicity was already out.
Let's just take Virginia Guthrie. She accused Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah, she did, and
I guess I believed him. I mean, I believed her. But when he threatened to sue, she backed off.
Of course she did.
Why? If you
because you don't know what's going on in the background, and if Epstein,
Alan Dershowitz, one of the most powerful people in America, especially for a lawyer, right?
He's not one of the most powerful people in America.
Well,
No way.
as a lawyer, he is, isn't he? He's
He's
representing.
He's a law professor, but he's nothing.
He's representing so many people. Very intimidating for him to turn around and say, "I'm going to go after you. You've said this." And
No, I don't buy that. Anybody,
if you want to say one of the most powerful people in America, how about Bill Clinton in a pool with an unknown, unnamed, young-looking lady and a convicted sex trafficker?
With
his coincidence, Steve.
I mean, it doesn't point to anything of guilt per se, but it certainly should be looked at.
Look, Steve, everything in the files, picture-wise, everything.
What am I going to find for evidence against
There was no secret.
Literally a photo.
Last time, there was no secret. There was no secret cameras. Remember, we were told, and it makes sense that you'd have secret cameras to catch out these VIPs. But of all accounts, there was no secret fucking footage that I've seen released, and all the footage we have seen released, it's all been redacted. So none of it's incriminating. None of it's actually incriminating.
Fundamentally, if Epstein, like Base was saying,
It's nonsense.
Prince Andrew, if you're innocent and you know you are, allegedly, of course, why did he kill himself? And if he didn't kill himself and it was an inside job, why did somebody?
I'm not saying Epstein was innocent. When did I say Epstein was innocent?
All right, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying it's just strange, isn't it, that if he thought he would have fought it and he would still be alive today, because you go, this is all nonsense.
Let me ask you this, Last Dance. With Bill Clinton, do you think, with everything we know about Bill, also known as Slick Willie, everything we know, right? Do you think, and the fact that of where he was on this island, where we know some funny things were going on, do you think he might have been involved with anything that was happening? More likely or not likely?
With minors, I think not likely.
With other women besides his wife?
Absolutely likely.
So you think he cut the line off? You think Bill Clinton there is asking for IDs?
Yeah, why are you making that distinction? Why
are you saying that having sex with an adult woman is the same as with an adult prostitute is the same as rape or child rape?
No, what I'm saying is,
well,
you're
making
an assumption that he was only engaging in like a moral, possibly a moral, an immoral act, not illegal.
Well,
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bill Gates. Even taking a girl and under false pretenses of promising you this, that, and the other, and when you get there, you're gonna have to do this to be able to, go on a luxury holiday. But you're gonna have to entertain my clients that are here. That's not fair either. And they're on an island. They're trapped.
I want to understand.
Go ahead.
To be fair,
little guy.
little guy. Hey guys. To be fair, I mean, a lot of dudes, would think that's a dream place to be around a bunch of young women and everything. But I'd say at least 90% of them don't want to cross that line into under 18-year-old women. So 90%, I mean, you're assuming
not exactly generous, bro. That's 1 in 10 are pedos.
No, I'm saying the opposite.
Okay.
Saying I think it's probably much higher than that.
You think 90% are pedos?
Just to be put, because most dudes don't want to be with like little. If there's a bunch of hot chicks that are 18 to 30, let's say, and there's one or two sitting to the sidelines that's 16 to 17, almost 18, most dudes are going to be more than happy with. Most dudes aren't wanting to like find. You can't just be like, well, they're with younger women, so obviously they would want, super young women. That's not fair.
Right. No, I hear you. I was going to make that point. Last Dance is saying the jump from adults to underage is like a serious jump.
Yeah, you're talking about.
There's still a morality issue here. You've got someone like Bill Gates who goes around being an anthropologist and wants you all to have a jab and wants you to invest in this and look how good I am. Morality-wise, if he's sleeping with an 18-year-old, is that right? You're saying, well, it's kind of okay because there's lots of beautiful women around it, but they're there under false pretenses in a lot of cases.
No.
Being promised this, that, and the other. And
we're all married men, buddy. Nobody's saying it's all right around here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying there's a morality here that you've got to check in with, which is what he's doing is wrong. I think Bill Gates is really interesting because before it really exploded with him, his wife decides to get divorce him out of the blue. I think she knows a lot more than what we knew at the time as well. She didn't want anything to do with him. He's gone.
I would like to hear from the rest of the panel on this one as well, because I would like to understand why my mind thinks more along Smokewife, where, wealth and power want to buy or have whatever they want, or have the ability to have whatever they want. Why would I think that? Why would I think that man inherently is evil and will try to get away with whatever they can if they had the power to?
Say that.
You guys are all just to finish. If you guys are all thinking that men are inherently good and they don't want to cross that line. I just would like to hear that, and if that's the baseline, then that, I guess, is what it is.
Yeah,
I think
I wouldn't. Obviously,
I think there's a degree of there's a genetic makeup here. It's well known that if you get to the top, to have your multi-billion fucking pound company and this, that, and the other, there's a degree of being slightly psychotic, and because you will do anything, you'll tread on anyone. They are the people in this world that get to the top, and I think what comes with that is exactly what you said. I could do whatever I want. I'm in such a powerful position. It doesn't matter because no one's going to find out, and if they do, I've got the money to pay them off. And I think they're of that mindset. They're those type of people.
Yeah, I think there is some truth to that. If you have the money that of the kind that a billionaire has, you have a lot of options to silence victims if you make victims. Money, just paying them off is the easiest thing to do. And they sign an agreement and they get nothing if they violate that agreement. Then their agreement is to be quiet and enjoy your money. So yeah, they have a lot of options. They have the best lawyers. They make campaign contributions to politicians, and that buys them at least access, if not efforts on their behalf. So yeah, if you're a billionaire and you plan carefully, you can get away with a lot of bad stuff. We don't even have to look to billionaires. Let's look at millionaires like who's that quarterback for the Cleveland Browns? Accused of all these shenanigans. Most of those women basically had to pay them off, whether he was guilty or not, and he mostly bought silence.
Huh.
So
Deshaun
if you're
Watson,
willing to say that, if
Esme?
you have that viewpoint, why are you leaning towards the innocence of an individual at Epstein's Island?
I've said this a million times, and I'll say it again. I demand to see evidence. An accusation is not evidence, especially in an environment where accusers get paid.
Yeah, it happens. It happens every year. It's happening currently with Stefan Diggs from an a personal chef of his is accusing him of something. But more on the violent side, but then we come to find out there's like a big dispute on pay.
Think about Obama's chefs. Obama, he's had two chefs, fall out.
Oh, you mean the professional swimmer?
The professional swimmer, yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to the other one? Did he shoot himself twice in the head?
The first one didn't work, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. That's outside.
He's lost two chefs to very mysterious circumstances.
But there's another question that my dad was actually talking to me about. He's like, my understanding is that there was lots and lots and lots of cameras on that island, on Little St. James, inside and outside of that island.
Yeah.
Where's that footage?
That's what I keep on saying. We've literally just seen milk toast photos. Don't forget, the Biden administration swept it, and of course the Trump administration. Some people, commenting people, have said they reckon it's been looked over 3 or 4 times before it was made public.
So, are you guys making allegations that there's missing hundreds and
I absolutely believe that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know Last Dance doesn't believe it, but as theories go, the old Mossad setup is extremely high with the CIA working. So, I mean, the way you're going to get these VIPs it's the MO of a honeypot operation, isn't it? Is get VIPs in compromising positions. And yeah, you are going to get VIPs in compromising positions if you're having massages for teenage girls. So yeah, I mean that's that's part and parcel of it. So where is that, or where is any of that? There's none of that. It's just not there.
Well, Last Dance could be in a spaceship cruising towards Alpha Centauri with aliens, and he would still ask them for proof because he needs to see it. He's a man who requires absolute proof of something. So,
No, if I was in a spaceship with aliens getting close to Alpha Centauri, I'd be giving them the benefit of the doubt right about then.
But at that point,
So you're
right.
saying there's a chance.
Okay, so this is the guy you're dealing with. He's Mr. Proof.
What about
That's also shows his disdain for conspiracy shit, because it's like lacking proof, lacking dance.
Who's the other guy that was the film producer?
I think it's
paid,
plausible.
Paid off
It's all
girls all the
plausible.
time. Was it Harvey Weinstein or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
He was paying off girls all the time, and finally got convicted, of course. But
What about the concept of flooding, the tactic of flooding evidence with bullshit claims, literally paying actors to make false assumptions to make the ones that are accurately trying to get justice look like fools?
It's not a bad tactic, but can you give me an example of this happening?
If I can, I will. Definitely.
Here we go. Example.
No,
Is that asking too much?
No, I appreciate that. I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
I think there's a lot of darkness that goes on in this world, and I'll give you whatever evidence I can. I don't believe the world's so clean cut and as it's being portrayed.
And I believe there is a mob mentality that is fed by mob press and online assumptions, and it definitely gets way ahead of the facts.
Okay. Can I give you a really?
It's almost not fair. It's almost not fair to the facts because it puts doubt in minds of reasonable thinking people. You know, the jumping on, the piling on. You know, I mean, they're. It's very plausible that some of these stories are correct.
Well, it depends which ones, but yeah, some of them might be plausible. The one, you know, and that's, you know, like.
It's not fair that you're labeled as a male chauvinistic pig because you question the validity.
You can label
of it.
me a chauvinistic pig. I'll agree that I'm male and you know probably very pig-like, but chauvinistic, I'm not gonna.
Can I give a hypothetical? Really?
I'll let you hop in a second. Let me just give a justification of what RW is saying. Some of those accusations involve in the Epstein, I won't say in the Epstein files, are things like, you know, people standing around eating roasted babies and so on. You know, RW is suggesting that garbage may be essentially obscuring the truth, in that there's so much garbage you can't. Finding the truth is finding needles in a haystack. So you know, yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah,
I don't know how to solve that.
But if you don't give them everything, you know, if that stuff isn't included, and then it comes out that stuff was there but not released to the public, then people are going to be like, well, hey, what'd you hide this for? You know,
right? I don't think the Justice Department had any choice but to release everything, including all the garbage.
Right.
Everything.
And I don't doubt that they're possibly, it's plausible that stuff has been withheld, you know, but without
that's
us
possible
knowing
too,
that,
right?
without us
it's
knowing,
redacted.
how
We
can we
already know it is.
condemn people on those unknowns?
Well, that's the thing, is you'll never know if you know it always happens. You know, you can never, if the government says, okay, I'll release everything, and they release everything, then you're going to say, and if it doesn't match your predetermined narrative, you're going to see, oh well, they kept the stuff, the real stuff, you know, they released all this other stuff, but you know, there's a file that has the stuff they don't want
redacted.
It's been redacted,
right? Can I throw this like horrendous hypothetical in?
Horrendous.
So Harvey Weinstein.
From you?
Yeah. Harvey Weinstein, we've got a picture of him, haven't we? Like sweaty, unshaven, fucking obese, beastly sort of character, as it turns out.
This is working for me. Keep going.
So if we get a female version of that, and I thought of it, I had to look it up and Google it. Female liberal that left America, moved to Ireland, Rosie O'Donnell. So let's give
Yeah.
the female version of just on visuals, yeah. Fucking ugly. Can you imagine, like, being a male actor and then like having Rosie O'Donnell do the old Harvey Weinstein treatment on you? You know, the old what's it called? The couch.
Casting couch.
Casting couch, yeah.
I'm
Doing
glad
that
you know that
treatment.
reference.
Yeah, it's a horrendous thought, isn't it? Having Rosie O'Donnell try that on you. Like, oh no, oh no.
Where are
But
you? Where are you?
now that-
What is the hypothetical?
not
Where are you
wrong.
going with this?
You're
Are
not.
you
You're thinking
telling
there's
a really
a different.
creepy story?
It's not Rosie O'Donnell. It's a different Rosie. It's a hot Rosie, a very attractive woman. Hey, Philip, who's the Rosie that was associated with Weinstein? That
Byrne?
wouldn't do,
Rose
wouldn't
Byrne?
do it. No, let me look it up.
Yeah, I just thinking of like a female ugly version of Harvey Weinstein. I thought Rosie O'Donnell. I just couldn't remember.
Oh, I see. No, that's
What
okay.
is the hypothetical though? I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't understand either.
What if you had Rose McGowan? That's who I was thinking of.
Rose
Yeah.
McGowan.
So if we just flip the script,
That was close.
and Rosie O'Donnell was in the position of Harvey Weinstein, but she was the female version of Harvey Weinstein. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just from so that's what it. As a male actor, and you were faced with.
Yeah, I think a good number of them would. I mean, men are different than women. Let's.
Yeah, it's there's a double standard on that, like with female teachers with male students. It's
they're
like you
hot.
don't feel sorry for the male student like you do a female student that is with you almost like, yeah, way to go, young man, you know.
Yeah,
right.
I get in trouble for that a lot.
I'm the same way.
Yeah,
we are not the majority.
It's still abuse because obviously there's a huge power.
Yes, I
dynamic going on
agree.
there.
I agree. It is not. You know,
I'm not.
it's not
I'm not
acceptable.
saying it
But
for other people, right? I'm saying when I was in school, if there was a hot teacher, would I have made that decision? Probably would have made that decision. So it's not about other guys should make that decision. I'm just saying.
It's the general public. Say, for example, a female hottie teacher gets, does that, and then a male does the same version, same thing, average, same amount of numbers, maybe just the one pupil each person. He'll do 12 and she'll do 3.
I can't speak for other people. I can't speak for Aphid Lip or RW or you base, but I remember when I was maybe 14 years old. This is my freshman year of high school, and I was in the orchestra, and we had to
Nerd.
Yeah, exactly. Each of us we had to raise funds for the orchestra, and so we got these world's best chocolate or something like that to sell door to door, and I just walked home and picked random apartment buildings on the way home to ring random doorbells and see if I could sell the chocolate. So I rang one doorbell, and a woman about maybe 25 years old came to the door, and I said, do you want to, I'm selling chocolate for the Mather High School Orchestra. Would you be interested? And she was a little flirty. And I got to say, I was, nothing happened, and she didn't buy any chocolate either, which was disappointing. But
hopefully you didn't have sweatpants on.
No, he said, sorry, ma'am, I'm a vegan. I don't eat meat.
But, it's different for guys. At least it was for me.
I'm going to agree with you. Being wanted and sexual as a young man is definitely a thing. I had a teacher that was a female that actually was definitely giving out vibes toward me, but she was not attractive, and it was extremely uncomfortable. And I actually took my GED and left high school from it. So,
wow,
it can affect the young men greatly. So there is that.
It's still not acceptable. I'm not happy.
Cops came.
Oh yeah.
Oh, to your neighbor's party.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
Did they
even
throw
have
the keg over the
lights on.
fence?
He didn't even have the lights on. I heard the neighbors talking to him from the porch, and I think he just talked from the car and left. The cops hate to be involved with stuff like this, but
Yeah.
after 10 o'clock, it's a sound ordinance thing, so they have to at least make an appearance. And now they've been warned. But I feel like I need to yell over, like, yo, it wasn't me. I swear I didn't fucking call, because
I know.
You know, they know it was like 5 or 6 people around them that would have called, me being
Right.
one of them, and it was sure as hell wasn't.
You think they're looking at you as the rat, so you want to make sure that they know that you didn't
You're
do
just
it.
like, no, I'm just out here pissing.
I piss on the opposite side of the
Yeah,
house.
I'm just pissing in my bush. That's all I do.
Just pissing on this yucca plant right here.
I don't care what you guys are up to. Just don't look at me.
Hey,
over
man.
I piss there.
I play loud music, but that guy that called you, he exposes himself every Saturday night about 5 times.
Right.
I hear he's pissing on a yucca plant too.
That's right.
You know,
I
to
haven't,
be
and it's
honest,
still dying.
Oh,
What-
sorry,
like
buddy.
probably 7 years ago, the 3rd of July party they had was, I swear there was like 300 people. It was crazy.
Holy crap.
My buddy who comes here like every so often, and my ladies, you know, bestie comes down, Sammy Cat, and my college buddy and Sammy Cat went over to the party and were mingling around for like 15
Hell
minutes.
yeah.
I was like,
I mean, if there's 300 people there, I would go over there and check it out too.
it was crazy, dude. It was crazy. People, like one person drove down the street and raked across like 3 cars. I'm on my deck. I see, I'm like, holy shit, look at the fucking cars. People came out and were looking, and then everyone just went back and kept partying. And 3 cars were fucking like wrecked on the side. It was just like
300
may-
people, that's very expensive, a party for 300 people.
It was mayhem, dude.
That's a lot of booze.
Everyone
I'm
shows
sure
up with an 18 pack.
Oh, that's a good point.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
I told you guys this New Year's, the big Christmas tree burn, the fire department got called on me, right?
Yeah.
I told you guys that, didn't I?
We know, we know.
Tell me again. I don't remember.
I know.
We know who did that.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, and you know they didn't want to be there. I remember you saying they were like they felt
Yeah,
bad.
they were like real apologetic about it.
Yeah.
They're like, we have to say something, you know, we have to. It's like, I can see you guys are just having a good time, you know. I mean, while he's talking, there was like 4 of them, while they're
What'd he
talking
say?
to me, you can hear in every direction, you can hear, you know, gunshots and fireworks going, you know, it was New Year's.
Yes.
They're like,
mean,
we
what
got to
do you
say something
expect,
to you.
dude?
Throw another of those crispy trees on the fire. All right, have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you know, around the country, there's some guy with a 9mm who's just thinking, well, I could just go shoot like 10 shots into the ground and like make it sound like fireworks. I mean, how many of the fireworks sounds are just some drunk ass with a gun? You never know. They're both
when
loud.
I was a kid, we went to the same friends in my parents' house, and he always took his pistol at New Year's, and he would shoot several rounds into the ground. And we were kids, you know. They weren't drinking or anything. My parents didn't really drink.
Have you anybody ever seen one of those yard cannons that works off some kind of vapor gas, and they're fucking loud as hell?
Potato guns. The little
They're-
plastic potato guns.
No, these are like cast iron, but they're like 2 feet long, and they look like a miniature, like
Oh yeah, a cannon, like a
You're not
miniature
talking
cannon.
about a black powder cannon.
yeah, something like that. But there's other kinds that actually work on like a gas charge too.
Oh,
They're-
right.
Well, my friends had some that were hooked up to a compressor that worked off of compressed air.
Okay.
They're fucking crazy.
And
they
if
are.
you, well, there was an incident where there was, you know, that somebody didn't
There
check
was
the
an incident.
PSI.
They overpressed. Did it blow up?
Yes, and it sent shrapnel into the siding of nearby houses, missing kids and stuff that were standing watching.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to a few fireworks displays that the angles weren't right, and they were like it's like 30 feet from my face when people try to do fireworks in their own
Yeah.
yard. Shit's just not angled correctly. But some of the mortar ones that you can drop, the the ball into. It has the fuse
Right.
that sticks out the top. Those ones are badass, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you still get Catherine wheels in America? Because we don't in the UK. You just don't get them. Like,
What are they
The
called?
thing you nail to a tree and light it and it spins.
yeah.
There's fireworks on each little pedal.
Well, no,
Yeah,
it's just
I
normally a
haven't seen 'em for a while.
circle, and it spins. It spins like a wheel.
Okay.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it for a while.
They were always good because they'd come off the tree or they'll come off the shed, didn't it? And then they'll just run down the garden chasing you.
Yeah. I remember
Good
in
old
one of the greatest bottle rocket fights I was ever involved in. Somebody tried lighting those and throwing them like frisbees. Didn't work.
Yeah.
They burnt the fuck out of their hand, but it was a funny idea. I remember I got raked across the neck. I looked like I tried to hang myself. This fucking fireworks scar was like a noose scar for like
I got a
multiple
out
months.
out in my garage. I got a bunch of bottle rocket
We
PVC
yeah.
pipe shooters that we use.
Are bottle rockets legal where you are?
Yeah.
Okay,
You-
they're not.
you-
We got like sparklers here. That's all we can do. Nothing that leaves the ground.
Really?
Oh,
What?
right, Paul.
Nothing that can leave the ground.
Oh my God, where do you live? North Korea?
Yeah.
North Carolina.
The whole
Um,
state is like that.
Yeah.
We used to play mini rocket wars, and we used to go down the lane at each other, drive at each other like chariots, with the big spears. But what we do, we put mini rockets in the front caliper where the front brake used to be, like jousting. And we used to put the mini rocket in the front caliper. We never used to have front brakes because it wasn't cool. And we used to use the hole for mini rockets and then light them, pedal quick, and aim at each other.
Do all your
in
mates
tight
still have
lane.
their eyeballs?
What's that?
Do all your mates still have both their eyes?
Well, I have got a burn that's on my chest that I can still see, and it happened when I was about 8, I think.
Nice.
Mace, do you ever used to muck around with, were they called gat guns? You'd wear a thick jacket. They fired just little pellets. It was
Yeah.
spring loaded. Yeah, we used to go
Yeah.
around shooting each other. But the golden rule was, it had to be chest and below. So,
Yeah. But what about your face? Did you put like a shield on or something for your face?
No, just used to run around.
Me. You
around
guys
the
are
bush.
nuts.
That's good training, though. That's good training.
Yeah.
What for the next expansion of the British Empire? Or
No, yeah, any tactical training. I did paintball a bunch of times, and like that definitely teaches you some shit about you when when someone's got you in their crosshairs with the paintball, you realize like your adrenaline gets going. Like, what do? You fucking.
I mean, maybe we should have worn goggles, but it is good fun, like on the BMX, because when the rocket leaves your like front fork, it hit the frame of a garden gate and then fire back towards you or something. It is quite unpredictable.
Oh yeah, that's classic, bro. I love a good old bottle rocket fight. Those were the good old days, man.
Yeah, if you'd have worn glasses, I think you could have got even more reckless back then.
I always wore safety goggles.
Well, no, you never. I didn't even know they existed when we were bought. They weren't common for sure.
Yeah,
true. But if, for example, they were common back then, I think we'd have gone for like bigger rockets.
you can't safety swing a paintball, dude.
Health and safety, man. Health and safety. It just drifted everywhere, innit? Yeah.
What did you guys think of the Kid Rock Apache helicopter incident? Like, I don't even understand why they would have stopped at his house and done that. Like, who the fuck
What
is this
incident?
guy? You didn't see that?
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna let's just enjoy Hickok 45 doing a drive-by on a bicycle with this suppressed Uzi 9mm.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
I can hear it. Oh.
Oh, to live in Tennessee.
Kids these days.
Yeah.
I love that guy. He's one of the
Old
best
guys with weapons these days.
gun tubers in the business right there. Hickok 45. He's fucking hilarious.
Give me 1 second.
He's
to
that
drop
guy
that
who
back.
never remembers how many shots he has. He's always on the last shot. Was that the last shot? No. Okay, one more. He never counts his shots. And maybe he's just got no memory left, but
It's a troll, that is, man. She's just trolling you.
probably.
Back chat, last dance. I was curious to hear from the panel, like why Kid Rock would be important at all to the military. Like, is he right next to the base?
Let me explain to Last Dance what we're talking about. So, Kid Rock lives obviously in like the hills of California or something.
Okay, I
and
see
he's
it
got
now.
this infinity pool.
Yep.
And he's standing out there in this. I mean, it's like literally. It looks like it's
right there,
less than half a football field off of his pool.
Yep.
And then another one looks like it's going to do like a loop-de-loop. It goes almost straight up.
It's a cool maneuver. It does. They just did it because he likes the military.
Yeah,
I think he plays for the military. I think he goes like Afghanistan in the past and has actually played. Like we get Jim Davison in the UK, a comedian, and he always supports the troops. He's been near enough anywhere the troops have been in the last 20 years. Jim Davison will go, and I think Kid Rock does the same sort of thing. I think. I'm not 100%.
Celebrity.
Yeah, the issue. So, like Not Laws is saying, it's the issue is that these Apache helicopter guys were suspended from the military, and then Hegseth gave him a pardon, and Trump said like he didn't really care. He hopes they had fun, basically. So there's a bunch of people that are saying how like if you support Trump, you can't get in trouble. And I just thought like I never saw Kid Rock as somebody that was worth losing your pilot license.
It's probably more the case that you're in a war at the moment, so you need all the pilots you can get.
Well, that's one of the biggest complaints that there was. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as somebody who can write
training.
such lyrics as "With a bottle of scotch, I watch lots of crotch." I mean, that is songwriting.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
That's role model shit right there.
The POT to the GOD.
I've never heard anyone use crotch in a rock. Is crotch ever used? I mean, crotch is just such an unattractive word. And
Like
I don't know.
When it comes to lyrics, it's a botch.
Botch the crotch. Yeah, you're right. Totally.
It's not top notch.
Another botch crotch. Another botched crotch. Oh God. Eastwood, not a fan of Kid Rock. I like the song Cowboy. It's one of my
You want to
guilty
be a cowboy?
I know it's a dumb song, but I like that fucking stupid song. So
You like the big penis Arab penises that they bounced around at the concerts? That was your
I don't even know what that is.
Really? He had the
No,
midget
but-
that was on his set, and the midget would like they'd
Whoa.
put out this massive penis, and they'd like
I
bounce.
think
the
they
penis around.
prefer little people. RW.
Wow, I'm not
It's
worried.
a little
about
over
that.
the line.
They can come fight me if they want.
I just think he's a goofy fucking dude, and I don't really give a shit like about his politics. If I like a song, I like a song. Some people define everything by what one. I like a lot of U2 stuff. I don't necessarily maybe think like they do, but I like U2.
Well, let's look at it this way: if you support the Trump regime enough and you can get away with anything, it's the perfect time for the My Pillow guy to get away with whatever he wants.
Lindell, you think you should have a relapse? Get
I
back.
think
into
I
the
think
grass?
Lindell should do whatever the hell he wants right now because he's got a get out of jail free card.
I never saw that in Outlaws. Kid Rock did a workout with RFK Jr., RFK the third or whatever.
Yeah, Kid Rock has played for the U.S. forces on numerous occasions, going back to 2007, 2008, 2001. Yeah, all the way to 2026. So that's most probably why they fucking fucked around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, yeah, it's a little risky. I mean, if they had clipped the roof with the fucking white, blade, the helicopter blade, and went down in the hills and ablaze.
Lost $1 billion
It would have been a
vehicle.
tragedy. You could have loss of life, but in all like professions, you try to limit the risk, whether it's private or military, and their risk of being a helicopter pilot is already pretty high. So I do think they should get disciplined for this. I don't think they should get fucking booted, but I think it was a stupid move.
They're scot-free, I'm pretty sure.
If every fucking crew was like, hey, we're all gonna buzz celebrities' houses, it would be a melee up there, like it's silly in a disciplinary sense, but whatever. I'm not the fucking general. I don't care. It's really not a big deal.
Yeah, boys will be boys.
Yeah, it sort of falls into that thing.
With £100 million worth of kit and about four bodies.
Yeah, exactly. There's people and huge dollars involved, so it's like, yeah, let's limit this.
I think Apaches are 50 million now. I think it's touching 50 million Apaches.
So they should go to like all of them now and say, those are the only guys ever who are going to get away with this. If any one of you other fucking idiots tries it, you're fucking really going to get prosecuted. 'Cause that's it.
How much does it cost to train these people? It costs like huge,
money.
Apart from anything else. Like you said, the cost of the machinery is one thing, and then the men. Like I said, the risk is fucking,
I would say easily $1 million to train a helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
Like
I'd say it's way more than that. I'd
Yeah.
say it's way more.
Yeah, when you break it down, all the training flights, all the like every time a helicopter flies for an extended period of time, a mechanic has to do things with it. I mean, these
The whole
machines
networking
cost-
system involved, period. Yeah.
Exactly,
All the clockwork, yeah.
They should be made to clean toilets for a couple of weeks or a month or two, and their pensions or anything really shouldn't be affected.
So you said that it was 50 million for an Apache helicopter. I just wanted to bring up that I saw it was $24 million for the Integrity toilet, the Artemis project, the spaceship.
Yeah.
And it's malfunctioning. And when they go to the bathroom now, they smell burning plastic. Like a $24 million dysfunctioning toilet. It just blows my mind. Like how can a toilet even be $24 million? Like that has to be the R&D that went into it or something. There's no.
How do you think you would flush a senator, we'll call it euphemistically, in 0 G's?
Oh, with some good suction.
Well, I'm thinking of, some suction, a couple of gate valves, and then boom, space poop.
Well, I mean,
an ass turd knot.
So do you think they should just dump it out the back of the ship and not try to keep it in there?
Yeah,
well,
right.
they
When
literally
the
said,
pilot sees the poop is like drifting up behind them. Then he's doing invasive measures of the poop. Then he inadvertently hits an old junk satellite, and the whole mission's off because they were being chased by a turd. It could happen.
Can you imagine in time, like, you're looking at from the space station, and all of a sudden this pickaxe handle just smacks the window and just sticks on it? Wouldn't be very nice, would it?
Yeah.
well, that's why you have gaffer tape to just stick around it so you don't lose pressure.
The environment of a spaceship is a tremendous compromise. I don't know that you could just suck air in because there's only so much air to start with, and that's all the air you get. So
Well, there's the check valves. It goes into one chamber, a valve closed, then it's isolated, then the outer valve opens, then there's an air blast. But what if we could freeze it in some sort of cube, possibly using, as we talked about earlier, liquid helium or liquid nitrogen? So then you would have a frozen space poop missile, which could be even more dangerous than the softer poop. So
I'll just use the shitter like they have in a plane, isn't it? It just goes.
Yeah, the thing is with that, Steve, it'll go round the moon and then come back to us like a projectile and hit the Earth.
You're gonna slingshot. Nice.
Killed by shit.
this is how comets are born.
Yeah. Well, I know you were touching on it earlier, but one thing that I just find a little bit confusing about this latest space mission is that what's it going to be like for deep space travel, which is one of the missions. It's going 4,000 miles when it goes around the back of the moon, 4,000 miles further than any rocket's ever gone, any spaceship's ever gone. And also the other big thing about the mission is to try to ascertain a good area where a moon base could be built, literally, so we can launch rockets from that particular place to try and get to Mars, and it will cut down on costs because you're launching from the moon and stuff. And I thought, wow, why is no one asking the question, what happened to all the info from the Apollo missions then? Why are we doing it all again? Because we've already done it, haven't we?
Well, yeah, you say they've done this 60 years ago, and now all of a sudden it's a good idea to do a base station from there. And you say, well, could have been something you could have thought about over the last 60 years.
Yeah, but hasn't the US mapped up the moon? Like, isn't it supposed to be more mapped than
Yeah,
the bottom
yeah.
of the ocean? And yet now you're trying to find a place where you want to build them. Surely we should have that knowledge already. I don't get it.
Like you said,
wasn't the goal at all.
it's better mapped than deep sea, isn't it? The moon is.
Yeah. So I just don't understand the mission. I mean, Steve touched on it right at the beginning of the evening, which is, kind of doing something we've done before. Let's do something new. I just don't get it. And the thing is, it fuels that fucking argument of conspiracy theorists going, well, have we really ever been out that far then? Is it all bullshit? Because everything you're doing and investigating, we should have that information already.
Well, maybe they're redoing it for posterity's sake with newer technology, but I mean, if you think about it,
Yeah, but you would use it, wouldn't you? You would use it, Steve. You would use the information you've already got, and then you would take educated sort of, not guesses, should we say, mathematical equations to get. But you would use what you got to hand, surely.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, like, from this to what they were flying with back then, the technology is so different that you might as well say it's almost completely reset. Like right now, they don't know. We couldn't build the same thing that they built in the 60s because it's not how our technology exists.
Yeah, we're digital,
now.
not analog. We're digital now.
So at this point, we have to. I think it's an okay first step. My problem is that how many guys worked on this thing for how many fucking years? And it is essentially a training run for, I don't know, maybe $100 billion. Geez, more.
4 billion.
4 billion? Come on. I don't buy that. That's insane.
That's the number that's being thrown around.
That is 4,000 million.
Yeah, but that's low. I would say they're probably not like adding in all of the everything. Like if you go,
that's
through
just the Artemis rocket then. The Artemis, sorry, what am I calling it? Last Dance, the Orion.
Artemis rocket? Is right. Artemis is right.
Artemis is the mission,
right? What's the whole rocket that was on Earth that shot up?
That is the Space Launch System rocket.
And the capsule is just the Orion.
The long-term Artemis program, the whole program, which this is Artemis 2, has cost $93 billion through 2025.
What about just the Artemis 2 launch rocket, the whole rocket system?
Well, a NASA Inspector General estimated that each SLS Orion launch costs roughly $4.1 billion.
That's the 4, okay.
Because none of these rockets are reusable. This is not SpaceX.
I mean, yeah, they're reinventing the wheel with Artemis 2. I don't know what Artemis 3. What is the Artemis 3 mission? Because we're doing a lunar orbit for this mission, testing this ship. I don't know what it is.
I thought the next mission was to land on the moon.
My understanding was to land on the moon, and they scrubbed that. But now I'm being told that this Artemis 2 has a purpose, Artemis 3 has a purpose, and then the 4th Artemis mission is the actual landing mission. So they are reinventing the wheel with current technology.
Discount booze. It's pink.
You are correct. Artemis 3 is no longer planned as a lunar landing mission. It will be a low Earth orbit demonstration mission scheduled to launch in mid-2027.
What is the purpose of that?
They will test docking with lunar landers.
Docking, is that gay thing that Topple educated us about?
Yes,
Oh,
that's what they're going to be doing. They're going to test a new space. This sounds like bullshit. Test a new space suit, and they're going to evaluate new systems like integrated life support, propulsion, and communication changes. NASA restructured the program to create a more step-by-step buildup of case capabilities. That's because they don't trust their technology.
That's right. They have to prove their technology, and if they lose, but yeah, I mean, if they die in low Earth orbit, it's the same difference as if they died at the moon, right?
Yeah, it is.
Apparently,
Apparently,
they're equally dead. They may not be interstellar dead, but they're dead nonetheless.
Yeah.
I mean, dead is dead.
the goal of returning humans to the lunar surface is shifted to Artemis 4, currently targeted for early 2028.
Don't
You guys ready to see some pseudo gay stuff?
What?
Yeah. No.
What's in that pink drink, dude?
There we go. There's the boys.
I think RFK could take Kid Rock.
All right, that's enough. I'm not going to play the whole thing.
I think RFK could bench press Kid Rock, honestly.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I've seen skinny guys like Kid Rock who could snap your fucking chin halfway across the universe with one punch. So I don't know. I don't know Kid Rock. I don't know what his fighting ability is. But our age plays a lot, bro. RFK's old.
But just going back to space for a second as well. If the ultimate goal, the absolute ultimate goal, is to put man on Mars, for example, then why even risk the lives? I mean, God knows what AI is going to be like in another 25 years' time. Just send some robots, walking with hands that it can manipulate stuff with. I don't understand why. It'd be a lot easier.
I can tell you why. I think I know why. If you look at the current Artemis live stream from the Integrity, these 4 human beings have biometric watches on. They have a rigorous schedule. They have to ask to go to the bathroom. They're logging all this data of what a human body does and what happens to it on this mission. Our speculation of radiation and stuff like that.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I think there is a purpose for why they're sending humans, but I agree with you that we could send autonomous robots and get the same information.
Yeah, too right.
And there was a study done some years ago, asked people in a I don't know how large the group was, about would they take a trip to Mars if there was no guarantee of them ever being able to come back to work.
Oh yeah,
there was like thousands of people who would be totally game for that. Come back. I said work, but it was supposed to be Earth.
Are they Canadians? Are they the Canadians that are signed up for the euthanasia program, or?
It was like a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
You're gonna make incarnation mad.
Oh well.
Did you hear about there was like a suicide tent or some shit in fucking Sweden or one of those countries, and some person who wanted to
kill the CO2 pod came from.
Someone from another country like snuck in and used it and actually offed themselves. Pretty wild.
No.
Yeah, and
shame on them.
They have these over there.
Yeah, shame on them. We should prosecute that man.
I mean, who's in the wrong here? The country for having that thing available, or the person for doing it? Probably nobody. I don't know.
I mean, if you're creating a system to peacefully kill people or let them kill themselves, I would hope that you at least regulate it so that people can't just use it willy nilly like in Futurama, the suicide booth.
How do you know that? How do you know that wasn't the model that he used?
I don't know what the model is. I'm just saying I value human life, and it saddens me that people are willing to wipe themselves out for whatever reason. Sometimes I can understand, like if you have stage 12 cancer or whatever, and you're in pure agony and I can understand that. I respect that. But if you're a young kid that just has had a bad day and you're going through some shit, I would suggest other routes to hopefully.
Right, of course. Therapy.
It's funny that people talked about, when these things were being proposed, well, it's be a slippery slope, soon you'd just have people asking to let them kill themselves because they're depressed. It didn't take long for that to, that slippery slope to be added to the mix. That was like, we're already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to be pretty. I think you have to be evaluated, to a large scale. To, I don't think a teen that's depressed could just go in and go, I want to end my life.
But then you're saying to a doctor,
I disagree. That
hey, do I have the right to kill myself? And he's like, yeah, according to this checklist I have here, it's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
I think at least some of these places you are allowed to do that if you are
in Canada.
Only excuse is that you're too depressed and you want to die. In other words, if you want to commit suicide, you can go commit suicide.
I said this would happen in Canada from a couple of years ago, and it's proven correctly. But basically, they do it for fucking depression now in Canada.
Yes, I do, Farms.
I knew they would.
Sarita showed me a book she's reading called Girl Interrupted. And it's about a girl that was admitted to a psych ward. And it shows in the beginning of the book the admittance form from the doctor for being put into the system and what they were going to do to them there. And it was like out of a science fiction novel. Like, I'd have to give you a picture of it, but it's like they're possessed by a witch. It's all these different things where it's just like, what the fuck? And then at the end of it, once you're in there, if you're a girl, like what they're going to do is they're going to remove your uterus and do all these things like test. And you're like, what the fuck? This is real. So if in the past our view of science was crazy, then I don't have much confidence that our current view of psychology and science is perfect or great.
Well, one of the things I always go back to with this subject, and I'm not going to say too many of the words, but I think you all will understand what I'm saying. There's a movie called The Bridge, and it covers the Golden Gate Bridge in a particular act that a lot of people take and trying to,
yes,
go over the side, if you know what I mean.
I do.
It's a really heavy movie, and it covers the perspective from a survivor who is so thankful that he's still alive, to also the perspective of many of the people who were besties or bros or sisters of somebody who no longer lives because of what they did. And it's a really heavy movie, and it makes you realize, I think in the moment of that act, a lot of people, if having seen it from hindsight or a different lens, would never have done it. So to me, many of the times that's done, it's done hastily and in some sort of a mini psychosis of it's almost like a myopic reality to solve a problem that it's almost hard to understand, but you know what I'm trying to say.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I happen to know someone who survived a very serious attempt, and they're grateful that they failed. Now,
yeah, frankly, I've never heard one that wasn't.
Yeah, so I mean, I think most people that survive.
I'm out of here.
Okay, great talking to you.
See you, buddy. I'm going to
have a great week.
See you later.
Take care, Lee.
Guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, it is
Down
no
to the core.
longer international. It is now.
Yes, I think that the majority of people that survive are glad they did.
Right.
And to me, that tells me, you know, that everybody, almost everybody, if they were to survive, would be glad they did. So that sort of, it doesn't answer the entire question, but it certainly suggests that you should just not simply accept someone's desire to end their life.
Right.
It can't be that simple. That would be
Yeah.
unethical.
Now, does a level of like 4 bordering 5 cancer diagnosis change your thought?
I mean, absolutely. You know, if you are someone whose
Death is imminent.
someone who's given 2 months to live, or even 6 months to live, I think that is definitely should be an option, and always it always has been in an unofficial, under the table kind of way.
What about this? You're young and healthy, but you're given 4 years to live under a Trump presidency.
4 years to live under a Trump presidency. Well, I think no, you cannot allow them to commit suicide.
Okay, I can see where some people might disagree.
They should just do what they threatened to do and move to Canada, and
they can do it up there. Then they can do it up there. You're brilliant.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to post Eastwind's last comment here.
I saw it.
I'll let you guys go read the previous 3, so we don't add any of that. But Eastwind, sorry for your loss, and thank you always for being here and adding.
Yes,
always the best stuff. Good guy.
There was no. It was out of the blue, or it was in
the end of a long road.
Yeah. In hindsight, it was the end of a long road. Because I worry about people I know also that are very close to me, and I don't know.
Exactly.
It's a toughie.
You never know. It's like there's a skate video named My Struggle. I'm sure Aphid Blip knows about it. And it's like kind of frames the fact that every person has their own struggle. Like it's everyone's life is a myopic part of whatever the 300 billion people is on Earth. So like,
is it called Mein Kampf?
No, that's not. That's a different video.
No, yeah.
Sorry, I probably earned you a strike.
No, we've talked
sure we've
about
earned
that
some
before.
already.
We've talked about that before. That's also obviously that book. But yeah, I think that. Oh, it might have been called the skating one. Might have been called. Hey, Aphid. I'll ask him once he gets his headphones on.
Yeah, Roger.
He's grabbing another white top, black top.
Shock top, homie.
Shock top. Hey, what's up, Aphid?
You have a question in the queue.
What, Aphid, you there? What was the video? Was it the skate series? I think I got it wrong. It's called My War, right?
With
Night Topple.
With Chris Jocelyn?
Yes, exactly. Yes. So My Struggle was Mein Kampf. My War was the skate video. So now we got that.
And in this My War skate video, like it's a documentary of skating and depression, or like what? I don't understand.
No, it's just a dude trying to do some really hard tricks. I think he takes like 1 billion slams and fucking. He eventually sticks everything, but it's like a total war.
Right.
Like
the
pro skaters.
Take it
Pro
easy,
skaters
Topple.
put out parts where they videotaped all their awesome tricks and showcase them, and they always call it something. They name it something. Put a cool tune to the background.
And they don't normally show all of the bails and slams in the process. They just show the highlights.
Sometimes they do.
Okay.
Or they put them in the greatest bail sesh of all time, called the Hall of Meat.
Yeah, that's when somebody slams real hard and fucks themselves up.
Something doesn't look the same when they stand up.
Right.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
And what's the problem, Aphid Lip? Why don't the pros wear helmets? Why is that so frowned upon?
I don't know. That's more of a, especially in like bowls and stuff. That's more of a last. Well, now it's like 20 years, you know. But when I was a kid, everybody was all padded up. But you never see them all padded up anymore.
I mean, don't you agree? Like a good snap to your skull to the fucking, like whatever. If you're in a bowl, you could have like cranial.
If I'm in a concrete,
breathing.
if I'm in a concrete bowl, yeah, for sure. But if I'm on a mini ramp in somebody's backyard, I don't pad up usually.
Huh.
Safety first, fellas. I thought it was cool not to wear a helmet until I went to the Van skate park and beat the shit out of my kneecaps. And I was like, no,
Which
I'd rather not look cool.
Which fan skate park did you go to?
I think it was in Pennsylvania.
Oh, was it inside a mall?
It wasn't inside a mall. It was its own thing. It was a massive warehouse, and all the roller doors would open up when it got hot, and they'd vent all the air.
Woodward?
Cheaper than AC.
I'm not what woodwork.
Woodward is just I think it's a spot. I think it's in Pennsylvania. I can't remember.
It's like a more of like a camp for kids that are interested in getting into skateboarding.
This was just like in the middle of a city.
It's
area.
called Camp Woodward.
I was too young I didn't drive there myself or anything, so I don't really remember much. I just remember that I went from thinking knee pads were stupid to I'm cool. Because you can only take so many hits to the kneecap. Like yeah.
I wear them at work, like constantly when I'm working in a sink or under a, whatever, any hard, resilient floor.
Yeah, I try to do that in the garden, but it chafes the back of my legs. Like it annoys the shit out of me. Is there a trick to
wear them more and your legs will get stronger?
It's not a strength thing. It's an irritation.
No, it's not stronger. It's like I used to get that, but I had to wear them all the time, and eventually, I don't know if I built up some kind of calluses or whatever, but it stopped bothering me.
Okay. I usually use tactical pants so that I don't feel it, but it's so hot. I'd like to wear shorts.
Yeah, I mean, you're wearing knee pads on bare legs, and you're going to get sweat issues. Just get the good ones. Buy the Milwaukee gel-filled.
Dude, I have nice ones out there, and I have literal Tony Hawk knee pads brand new in the case in my bedroom closet that I've never opened for my midlife crisis.
The Hawk? Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you.
They were like $100 when I bought them or more, and they just sat new in the container.
Wild.
Yeah. If they actually hold their value, I might resell them for a profit in the future, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just throw them in the dumpster and Aphid can come get them.
I will.
Damn straight.
Tell me where. The reason I'm late tonight is because when I was chatting in the chat when you guys first came on tonight, I was also scrolling Facebook Marketplace and I came across a deal I couldn't pass up. So I just took off and
what'd you get?
Went and did it. I could tell it was this lady. She just wanted to get rid of all these computer parts, and I was like, the price she had on there, I could tell it was only listed 10 minutes ago, and when you get across something like that, you just got to jump on it. So I lowballed her and said I'd pick cash up. I'm in the area. I'll be over in 10 minutes, and she jumped on it, and I went over there and got it. It was here's two of the things right here because I was going to look them up while you guys were chit chatting. And then it's a full.
Those are graphics cards.
Yeah, a full tower PC with similar components in it that I haven't even got.
The tower solo layout. You show it again. What did you get?
And what brand is that?
The graphics. There. This
MFI?
one. Yeah, this one is. I haven't looked it up yet. I think it's like a 2070, and this one is, I think, real similar.
Oh,
they're
yeah.
They're good. They're both good, and the one that's in there is even better. So
Well, congratulations. Is that an upgrade, or are you just going to build another tower?
Well, if any of you guys have been running Windows 10 for a while, it's come to the end of its life, and you have to upgrade to. Here, I got a pretty decent computer, but
Yeah,
at my shop,
they'll shut down Windows 10 now, right? It's like don't even.
well, it
fucking
just there's
work,
no more
dude.
there's no more support. So like, if you get viruses or anything like that, then they could run rampant, and you would never even know.
There's no security.
They forced me to upgrade a long time ago.
Right.
I'm surprised you're allowed to hold out as long as you did.
Well, there's like an extra year on top of when the deadline was.
Should I get more booze?
Yes.
Yeah, you should.
I mean,
that's usually the sign
that's
there's only
your
10, 15 minutes left.
Fair point.
But anyway,
Wow, look at
my
the big
shop
yawn
computer.
by the Mega Mod up there.
Come on, I'm an old man. I get to yawn. Stop complaining.
Okay.
Fair.
My
point.
shop
I don't wanna get
computer
banned.
is a pain to do anything with, because there's so many like large format printers and cutters and stuff that communicate with it, that when you swap it over, it's like a 2
Major
or 3 day
ordeal.
process of copying information over. It's just a pain.
Jesus.
You're
So I've
running
been
that whole
dreading
system
doing
on
it.
Windows 10?
My work, yeah.
Yeah, you don't get any fucking dollars for that, too. That's when you're an independent business guy. You like all that extra shit, you just get nothing for. And that's the part. When I ran my own business, that was the hard part. And thank God I had the wife, because she helped me run the books on some of that, which was indispensable when it came to my time,
Right.
Shit's not easy, dude. And I commend you for it, Aphid.
A lot of
Dude.
stress.
I'm going Linux next time. I'm done with Windows.
Yeah, I got some Linux. Well, you can see the screen right behind me. It's an old iMac, and it's having trouble running the latest Mac OS that's supported on it. So I
Mhm.
switched it over to Linux, and it runs like a champ. There's no problems whatsoever with it. You can do anything. It's nice,
I never
So
thought to.
if you got an old iMac, this is just something somebody was throwing out, but it's 27-inch. It's got
Yeah.
a really nice display on it. So I loaded up Linux on there, and it just runs like it's a brand new computer.
You do that for a
27-inch
flash drive?
computer monitor for nothing?
I got it. I think I got it for $20. It's an old
Damn.
iMac that's 27 inches.
I mean, I got a
the-
15er here. If I was to add 7 inches to 10, 12, damn, that's a badass screen.
The problem with the Macs though is like if it's old enough, it doesn't support the newest Mac operating system, and it becomes basically a brick. So
Right.
if he's willing to load Linux in it, which I didn't even think of for an old iMac Pro or whatever, then he gives
they got
brand
good-
new life
they
to a
got good
brand new
screens
for
on 'em,
perfect
dude.
display. Yeah, because their
Yeah.
display, a Mac display is definitely cherry.
Mm-hmm. And it's all in one. It's got a lot of ports on the back. It's
And that model
definitely
has
you
a
can-
disk drive, I think, on the side of it.
It does. Yeah.
Does the
Oh,
disk
that's
drive still
much
work
better.
properly under Linux?
I haven't tried it because I don't. What do
That's
you need a
cool.
disk for these days?
I am curious how usable that system is, because I have an older MacBook Pro that most likely is going to be a brick soon.
Yeah,
and
dude.
I can
Put some
use
Linux
it.
on there. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. Like, I'm willing to learn the process and do it if it has usability. If it's just a display with and it doesn't sync well, then what's the purpose?
What do you mean? It'll run Linux. What do you mean? You mean if it don't have a disk drive?
Well, does it run everything? Does it all the different systems on that unit Linux is going to work with?
Yeah.
In other words, okay.
There might
And
be.
there's-
Well, it depends what year you're talking about.
It's probably 2015 ish.
It'll work. You might have to get some drivers, which is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah. The biggest pain that you'd want to solve before you start is make sure that the Wi-Fi will,
Yes.
whatever you have, make sure that Linux can support that, or there's a driver that you could download ahead of time just to get to support.
It might be a pain in the ass, but there is plenty for it if it's really a 2015. Now, if you're going back to 2012 or prior with a MacBook Pro, but if it really is a 2015 or newer, you have the capabilities of using every single thing that has available. You might have to download some drivers, and it might be a pain. And some distros might be a little more lenient, so you might want to look into that. But I guarantee you, there's a YouTube tutorial about a guy that took that exact same MacBook you have and put some version of Linux on it and shows you how to do everything you need to know how to do.
Sounds good.
And if it's just sitting there, it's not doing anybody any good,
No, my boy's using it right now. He's kind of exploring it and learning how to do GarageBand and make music and make videos all on his own. But it's a good unit. It's a solid unit. Like this XPS Dell, the keys are falling off and shit. But that MacBook Pro will last for years.
I will tell you that there is a way you can upgrade that. I would try this first.
Right up.
You don't have anything to lose. There's ways to put the newest version of the OS on that, and I would try that first before you went straight to Linux.
Oh, that's yeah. There's
legal?
You mean a new version of the OS on an old Mac?
Yes.
Yes, I did that.
If you need help with that, if you need help with that
jailbreak thing.
No,
I mean, not really. It's basically like how you take old there's Windows 11 won't let you upgrade most systems to, because they put like certain requirements on what level of chip CPU you're going to have or whatever to be able to upgrade. But you can still bypass that. So it's the same thing with 2015 Mac OS, where it stops at I don't even remember where the 2015 stopped. But there's go ahead.
There's a product called the Open Legacy Core Patcher. It's a big,
that's exactly right.
Big
Hey,
long
last dance. Can you shut
Last
off the
Dance.
comments that are over RW?
comments that are. What do you mean?
The on-screen comments.
The text overlay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, great. Thank you.
Just enhancing my beauty, but
Last Dance got a little more knowledge about stuff that I didn't even realize.
Well,
Learn
I had
something new about this guy every night.
I had an old Mac, and I wanted to, I was fine using the OS it had, but then some new OSs came out, and they looked interesting. So I wanted to upgrade to them, and I investigated it, and there was this thing called the Open Core Legacy Patcher. It was a little scary, but it worked like a charm. I mean, it worked just
yeah,
great.
it's just a Trojan horse, right? Other than that, it's fine.
I'm not exactly sure. Apple tolerates it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. They seem to work with Apple, and not officially, but it's not like Apple tried to stop them.
Right. It's because Apple they're like okay with it because there's an easy way, a common way that a lot of people know about, where it kind of distracts from their pettiness and their, to just abandon.
Yeah, I think
within
it's good.
less than 7 years sometimes.
Right. It's
where they're
good
like, I'm not going
publicity
to deal with
for
you
Apple.
anymore. Yeah, because they want you to buy a new Apple is what it comes down to.
Are you taking a third-party software to then?
No, it's running the real new OS. It's just what it's basically doing is and Last Chance might know more about this than I do, but what it's basically doing is it's a little program that you run, and you'll have to use a USB to burn the new thing into it, and then once you do that, then it basically tricks the new update to thinking that you have a system that is under the requirements to upgrade to that operating system.
Do you have to on Apple?
There's nothing trick about it. There's nothing, huh?
Do you have to on an Apple system? Do you have to pay for that new upgrade, or are they rolling out these upgrades?
No. They give it's no charge. The product is freeware.
Right.
In fact, it's on GitHub. It's free, open source.
That's exactly right.
And
there's videos, and you just do what they say.
Yeah.
and
No,
within,
I'm interested.
within an hour, you'll be on your way to. Now you might have a problem. It might just know that if you got stuff on there, I would back it up first.
Yeah,
no,
it's not stealing Mac's operating systems.
Yeah,
Mac,
that was my biggest thing because I'm out of my pirate era. I'm pretty straight edge these days.
Mac
Apple's
is
okay
different.
with go on.
Right. Apple is like with Microsoft, you got to have a license and a key and everything like that.
Right.
As long as you have as long as you're coming from an Apple, and even if you don't, you can download Mac OS. As long as your system will support it, you don't have to pay for that.
Right. I think that's pretty cool. And I Windows screwed me with the cloud shit where they uploaded all my stuff to a cloud. I told them not to, and then they deleted it off my actual system. So I'll never use them again. Yeah, OneDrive. I got one screwed.
I haven't used
so much
Windows.
bloatware.
I haven't used Windows in decades, and then my girlfriend got a Windows computer. It's running Windows. I cannot believe how painful it is. It's constantly. It's like ads. It's like constant ads on YouTube. It's just constantly trying to sell you and upgrade you on more Microsoft shit.
Yeah.
It's outrageous.
And like when this system dies that I'm on now, I'll be going to Linux 100%. And I like, what is the new cost of Windows software upgrade? Like if you were to buy Windows 11 Pro, it would be like $200 or something crazy.
Well, that's when you do what I do, and that's when if somebody's getting rid of a computer, you take that, and there's a little thing on the back of laptops or just as long as you can log on to it and you can get that code. And I don't care if it's Windows 95. If you have that code and nobody else is trying to use it, you can upgrade to the latest version. So if somebody's getting rid of a computer, I always take them or if I'll peel off that sticker, or I'll keep on laptops. A lot of times it's just a little door to the battery compartment or something.
Yeah, I
So
remember
I'll
that. I know what
unscrew
you're
it
talking about.
and keep it. So I have dozens of Windows codes up here.
You get a trench coat so you can like stick them inside the jacket and open them up.
There's nothing wrong with it. You can, as long as you can, when you download the downloader, you got a brand new system. As long as you have one of those codes, then you type that code in when you're as long as somebody else isn't already trying to use it, you type that code in, and I don't care how old that code is, you can upgrade to any latest version of Windows for free.
There you go, boys and girls. Now you're a hustler, baby.
So even if you don't want let's say you have a neighbor that's you can see it in the top of his dumpster sitting out there. Go out there and take a picture of that sticker and then save that picture, and then you have that code. Because nobody's ever going to use that code again. Or you can go on Facebook Marketplace, and a lot of stupid people take a picture of the system, what that system has, and one of the things on the main about screen is that code.
I hate getting screwed on Facebook Marketplace.
Are you one who's done that, Aphid?
No, I got more than I need anyway.
Wow.
Are you guys bringing Simon up?
Code hoarder. It's up to Last Dance. He's the security at this point. So go ahead, Last Dance.
What's
Come
that?
on, we could use somebody, freshen it up. Somebody backstage.
I'm
I don't
pretty
see
sure
anybody.
I'm pretty sure it's not their first time. It says 5 in the back. It's 5 stat shooting.
Well,
studio
No, the
chat.
five
Base-
is Welsh.
Based is
Oh.
still there. He's just been removed from the.
Well, he said goodbye.
Yeah, but he did just pass
No.
the fuck out. He didn't click any buttons.
He didn't.
Oh.
shut
He
his
said
shit
goodbye.
off.
You're right. He did. Let's just kick him out.
Yeah, he
Go
said
ahead,
goodbye.
go ahead.
He doesn't mean to be there.
Now he's gonna have nightmares because he's not hearing our voices, keeping him peacefully
No,
sleeping.
I just don't know if being kicked out adds like a strike or some weird
No.
thing.
No. It's that's ban. This is just kick.
I don't know. So I'm leery about anything.
Well, I kicked him, so we'll see next week.
You did it. It's on you.
Sorry, I didn't even read the chat that Simon actually took a pass on his own request for the link. I didn't.
Yes, Simon's all set. Simon says. No
Where do
deal.
you see that there was 5? Oh, okay. I see.
In private chat, you can go to the.
Yeah. I see.
The only thing that I haven't really talked about on my list was the hype about the West Wing or the East Wing of the White House being blocked until Congress gives their vote on it. Are you guys? Do you care at all about anything construction-wise in the White House? Does it bother you either way?
You're talking about the East Wing ballroom is what they call it.
And whatever they're building beneath it.
Sigh. Show your face, Sigh.
I just don't care either way. I think it's. I
Just
don't
let
think it's
him
gonna
on.
affect me either way.
You can
I
always
agree,
leave him on.
RW. I think the fucking thing is
Let him on.
inconsequential. All right.
I think
so,
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that it's totally ridiculous and stupid.
I remember that. PFP.
What did you guys get rid of him for?
I didn't get rid of him. He got rid of
Why?
himself.
You had your big chance and you blew it.
I put him on.
I remember
No,
that.
I know. I'm
PFP.
telling him he blew it.
Okay.
I don't know. You put him on. That was a little hasty. Risque.
I always have my finger right over the remove button.
Steve, when you're
Sure.
sailing the ship, you got to bring the anchor up.
What are your guys' predictions for
Schrager.
November
Say again.
for the midterms?
Oh, I think it's a done deal.
What is the done deal?
The Dems take both houses.
No, I don't see that. I see the conservative Christian national movement holding strong.
I don't think so.
No.
I'm glad
I mean,
you guys,
I
I'm glad
would
you
have
guys disagree.
I would have said that before the war. Now there's a war.
I don't care.
I think you have a
I think-
country. I think you have a country full of really. Oh, there he is.
Hello, Cy.
No,
Oh,
I don't
very
like
good.
it. I don't like it.
Did you kick him?
I kicked him, and I don't like it.
Steve,
Whoa,
he's been here
why?
before, man.
It's your show. I'm sorry, Cy. It's Smoke
Has he
Steve's
been
show,
here
but
before?
I
He's been
like
here
your
before.
I like the
Yeah,
cut of your
he
jib,
looked like
Cy.
a guy that had something to say.
Yep.
He hasn't been here before.
He has been here before.
Well, how you gonna ever?
No.
Someone
why would
can't
you-
be here until they come on one time.
Why would you not want him to give a chance? He was obviously a live person. Why wouldn't you want?
Well, I
him to
don't know
have a
about
chance?
that. It's just,
And what are you afraid? Like, what's the worst case situation?
But the worst case is always the scat porn.
well, I
And then
I
you
try
kick
to
him off.
run. I try
And
to
then what
run a tight-
happens?
I run a tight ship here.
Yeah,
You know?
it's his-
All right,
it's
I'm
his
not gonna
show.
look. It's your show. Yeah. Okay, but anyway,
Would you agree that that person looked to be laying down?
He was,
No.
dude. He's been here before. I'm not
no,
worried.
He looked like
I'm not-
just a
I'm not
guy that
worried.
was wanting to talk to us. That's four guys.
Here
That's
he
what
is.
he looked like to me. Give him
I'm not going to
give him
touch
another
you.
Come
You
on,
click the
Smoke.
button, Smoke Steve. If you want to.
Let's let him
Steve.
say his piece when he first gets on and see what he
Steve,
has
you
to
can
say.
bring your screen up so that
Come on.
you're the
All
only
right, he's
screen up.
gone. That's the decision.
Huh? He's gone.
Yeah, I made the decision. I kicked him.
Steve,
All right.
Steve has
Jesus.
Steve has made the decision. What was the question?
So anyway, what were we just talking about?
You're asking about the midterms. I said that I
Yeah, I know
still
about
think
that.
they're
We
gonna
were
hold it.
somewhere. I wanted to say something.
After that. Fuck.
It was
The
last week.
the last thing I said was I would have guessed that the Democrats would have won both houses before the war. Now that there's the war, it's even worse. for
I
Trump.
think what I said was that I think we have a country full of really uneasy, dissatisfied people right now.
I will certainly agree.
More
with
more than 50% of the population.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't care. I think that you're. I mean, no disrespect, but your Christian nationalist
This
theory
guy
is only.
is
I
in.
would say it would to say that 5% of the voting public would be involved with that would be probably a a huge
Generous.
overstatement.
Meat and two veg. We've
Okay,
certainly
so
seen him plenty of times.
that's the same guy.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So
Yeah, well, we've had him on.
Aphid. If
Yes.
the House holds and my crazy theory comes true,
He's been on before, Smoke Steve.
we'll have this conversation. If not,
aware.
it's the status
I'm
quo.
aware.
But if they do hold despite the optics, does that mean anything?
What are you saying?
If the House doesn't swap to the Democrat control, and if it's maintained, even though that's not what the optics are, it looks like they're going to switch because everybody's upset. Does that mean anything?
Mean what?
Does it mean that it's a bit more controlled than you think by the Conservative Party?
No.
Well, so what are you saying? That they won't take both houses?
I'm
And
saying
the-
that. I'm saying
What's the
that
meaning of that? Yeah.
I'm
if
saying
that's-
yeah.
If that's what happens, then that does mean that that Trump has not scared people away as much as I thought they would.
I don't think that's what he's. I don't think that's what he's asking.
The power of the Conservative Party and the people that are backing it. is
Yeah, but you're
much-
talking about this religious right conservative movement that's
my understanding of why it has that much power is because of that.
not just the general Republican voting public.
Whoever votes them in is still backing them is what's putting them in power. My personal conspiracy theory background would be it has a lot more to do with the Christian national movement than people think.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with that.
That's fine.
If the House stays, I'm not saying that has any. Well, I'm not saying anything, but it's only because of this, movement.
That's fine. I think it'll be very interesting if.
I
if
think
the
it's
House-
just that I think it has more to do with people not wanting blue-haired, transgendered bathroom, any far left, that there's enough people that still would rather have what we have now than possibly giving more power to them.
They
that
don't
has
wanna- they
anything
don't wanna
to
go
do
back to
with
the wokest.
some growing, movement that you're talking about.
That's cool.
I think that would be what you're talking, and I say less than 5%, but 5% in an election like this is, but I'm talking about 5% overall, not a plus 5% for the Republican Party.
No, you're good.
Well-
I think that optically it should flip flop. It should, because people want change and they're tired of what they have and they want something new. That is what logically makes sense to me. So if it doesn't happen, my theory that Vance is going to be the next president, we're going to have 8 years of very strong conservative church state push. That crazy concept is just going to solidify it more.
I think there's a chance that Vance will be the next president, but there's no chance that he will push the Christian nationalist agenda as president.
Okay.
Next president is going to be Marco Rubio.
Could be. I'm still guessing it's Vance.
No way. Rubio is a far better candidate. Vance is sort of a puppet.
There's just
My
no way of telling this far in the future. All
That's
right.
true.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an interesting question.
Mark it now. Smoke Steve says next president, at least presidential candidate for Republican Party will be
Marco Rubio.
I would put a more positive answer if I was betting money on the situation. I would take more of a chance on going a Democrat for our next president.
No,
than
I
would
said
Republican.
candidate.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh well, they'll both be candidates.
No, I mean, well, let me clarify.
The nominee.
Primary candidate, singular candidate, the one
Okay.
who runs.
I still wouldn't. I mean, I would lean more towards one of those two guys, but I wouldn't. Because nobody would have picked Trump. And this far back. And what was 2014? I guess it would have been.
Trump
Nobody would have picked
sucks. Trump is terrible.
I went and interviewed a bunch of conservatives in 2015, I think it was, and there was one out of like 20 people that, for a live leak video, there was like 1 out of 20 that was pro-Trump. The rest
You
of
get
them,
Sloop in that one?
no, this was it was like a, you would kind of like this No Kings thing, but it was a much smaller event
Oh,
where
so
they
like
put
you can
signs
live
up.
on the streets, sort of
They
thing?
wanted it, most of them was impeach Obama, that kind of thing. So,
So
I
were you
pulled
in
over and
the
I went and
streets?
talked to him, and I interviewed him for the live leak, and I made a live leak video.
So were you like at a demonstration?
Yes, on a street
And,
corner,
and what was the demonstration specifically for?
just getting rid of Obama at that point.
Hey,
It was
Sid,
most of the signs were impeach Obama.
What are your odds for?
It was a group that got together every weekend, and they would sit on this particular street corner in my area, and it was mostly older people, and they would hold these signs up every single Saturday afternoon. So I was like, this will make a great live leak video. I'll go talk to them. So
And you thought
I
that
pulled
because
over, I parked, and I walked up, and I just said, well, what I told them, that I was making a video for Live Leak. Most of them had no clue what Live Leak was. In fact, none of them had any clue what Live Leak was, and they just were like, they were happy for somebody to want to talk to them. So the leader of the thing, I followed her to her car after it was over with, and she's putting because it was so late in the game. I'm like, don't you think it's a little late to be wanting Obama to be impeached? At this point, what's the point?
Right. One day before his term
Right,
ends.
it didn't make a lot of sense to me. And she's like, oh no, he has to be held responsible for his actions.
Aphid, what is your odds for a Democratic presidency for the next term?
Over 51% for sure.
Well, is that a
That's-
2 to 1?
No.
Huh?
What does that mean, Aphid? Like, come on, don't say fractionally over 50-50.
Well, I mean, okay, if I had to put a number on it, I would say there's probably a high 60 to 70% chance that there'll be a Democratic.
Now
without
Aphid,
knowing the nominees, you could have some guy like
Ugh.
Trump that pulls
now,
at the
Aphid, you're
heartstrings
not,
of
you're
America.
not falling
and
into
convince
the whole looking at the polls, which are famously wrong, right? You're not going in that because like that crosses.
I don't know.
my
I have
mind
no
right
idea what the
now.
polls even. I have no ideas what the polls even would be.
The polls say exactly what you're saying.
Well, yeah, but that's mostly
So
because
now you believe the polls. You're like, well, that sounds about right
no,
to me.
the polls
motherfucker.
agree. The polls agree with me. Is what I would like to say.
Gerald
That's
Thompson.
No,
right.
I would
But
say
Good
the
evening,
polls are
sir.
wrong, dude. Sometimes
statistically, no, but
Almost
statistically,
morning here in the East Coast.
statistically, it's a pendulum. We get
Yeah.
one direction, and nobody is happy with it. What anybody has to offer.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, so much.
That's absolute.
So you get tired of it, and there's a lot of people in the center that will go either way.
You know
And
what?
They're like, I'm not happy. Nobody thinks they're happy. Everybody thinks that we got it so much worse than everybody else, which we don't, but that's what they think. And so when a period goes on, when somebody's got power, they're just not, unless things are going just so good, which is rarely the case, that they feel like my life is being improved by what they're doing. That's never the case.
Yeah, here's what I think.
Uh-oh.
When I look at the actual candidates on the Democratic side, I can't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
see
either.
it. But then I know that the same thing, the Democrats said the same thing when they looked and saw Trump president.
Right.
I can't see it. I can't
That's
see it.
right.
And he's been
And here he
two-terms
is.
now. So
Here he is.
I'm sort of blinded by my ideology, and that I just can't imagine, Gavin Newsom or
You have
AOC as president. But
Your first
history
mistake
says
is-
that
Yes.
history says they will be, though.
Your first
One-
mistake is putting your personal opinion into this equation.
I know.
You have to take that and take it out of the equation.
Right, I know. I do,
Then
but I
you're on
can't.
the right track.
I know.
Then you're on the right track.
I know you're right, but I refuse to. I will have to go down as a loser.
Auntie, do you have any wisdom from up north that you can share with the group?
Where is my boy?
You guys need an assisted suicide? I'm your guy.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Well,
I'm
keep
glad
you
somebody.
on speed
Now I know somebody has my back.
Somebody has your body bag, is more so.
I don't know, when you're talking about those people, I just thought about Arnold Schwarzenegger being the governor of California and how massive like their economy is in America, and like Trudeau being a drama teacher, and Zelensky being an actor, and Trump being a businessman / actor. Like the acting in that show or whatever saved his career. He was like rock bottom until The Apprentice show came out, like financially, really. And I don't know. That's what you guys are saying. You think about how theater this is, and how these guys are all just little Zionist puppet masters of deception.
I would say that arguably the most beloved president we've had in the last 100 years would be Ronald Reagan, and he was an actor.
Right?
This is Ronald Reagan 2.0. He's literally naming his wars after the same wars that Reagan had. The
JFK? No, I wouldn't say in 100 years, Aphid.
I think if you pulled everybody.
Well, I mean, most of them are dead. So
pull them anyways.
No. I mean both. I mean, right now.
Don't
right
discriminate
now.
against the dead.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people left who were really conscious political figures during the time of the presidents prior to JFK.
80.
No, prior to,
Well,
you had a lot of presidents before Reagan.
But JFK was hated by the Republicans,
right?
Where I think Ronald Reagan was more accepted by the general public and people on the left.
Is it because of his Wild Wild West movies?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
You don't. Well, who would be more? Possibly Clinton. I think there were some Republicans that liked Clinton, not liked him, but what were okay with him.
I think politics was not as divisive in 1960.
Well, that is true. That is true.
As it is today. So
that is true. But there was people that hated Kennedy and wanted him dead.
Of course they were.
Like how
Of course.
people that hate the people that hate Trump. There was hatred for Kennedy, which I think is more rare. Like people didn't hate Carter. People didn't. People might have hated Obama.
Yep. I think more, well, people tend to look back because he was murdered in such a terrible way. People tend to view him more fondly in retrospect than maybe they did at the time.
Right.
But the country was different then. I think Kennedy and even Eisenhower before him were not as hated by the opposition as current presidents are by the opposition.
Well, there was less of a distance from left to right back then than there is now.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
The distance is seemingly miles. Back then it was, meters.
And also the far left and the far right were fringes rather than a substantial percentage of each party.
Right. Based on your rhetoric, I'm curious, based on your rhetoric, if you believe in election or selection.
Well, guys, it's bedtime for the old man.
All right, we'll see you later, buddy.
Thanks for posting the show. Smoke Steve had a great time tonight. You guys have a great week and take care.
Last dance. Grab yourself a little snack on the way to bed.
Thank you. I have your permission.
A carrot or
See you, man.
I just want to hear from Aunties if he believes in election or selection. Do you understand the question?
No, I don't.
So an election is a democratic process that we all believe we have, right? In our states, in both of our countries, we vote for our president. Selection would be all that. Voting is just an illusion, and they're getting selected by a system. Not so much by vote, but by power structures. You use the word Zionist, so that's like the same ballpark.
Yeah, you guys are run by Jewish people. Don't take that the wrong way. There's a lot of them in America. A lot. Yeah. Like more than anywhere in the world.
But you're saying that we're run by them. Does that mean that they
probably put they probably put most people in power, would be my guess.
Okay.
Why Last Dance?
Just because most of your systems are set up by them, from no fault insurance to the judicial system and so on. Like basically your whole country, in a sense, operates on systems created by extremely intelligent Jewish people. So
I'd have to see the breakdown of how our judicial system is run or created and run by Jewish people, but I was curious if you believe that, like, we're all talking about what the next candidate will be, the election process and all this and that, but I do know that there's people that also believe that, I'm one of them, that it's an illusion of choice to keep people occupied, where at the end of the day, power is in control.
Whoa! Hold on. Last Dance wouldn't put that up there.
Rescue. There you go.
Oh, baby. Yes. St. Peter brought him home. Good deal. All right. I love it. Thank God. Thank goodness.
So I have a question for you guys about the war.
Mm-hmm.
Since you guys are all American, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Is there ever any feelings of you guys have gone around the world murdering people for all these so-called must-do missions, which most people don't believe you had to actually go and intervene on?
Wait, what is the question?
Now?
I was just wondering if anyone, any of you three guys feel like all the wars and all the interventions you guys have been involved in over, we'll say, decades and decades and decades, that they were all justified, and that you think all this war and killing and everything is justified, in your guys' mind?
In my own personal mind, no.
Yeah, there's all these innocent people getting killed and slaughtered in these wars, and I'm just this is so wrong, but maybe America thinks, yeah, kill them all. I don't understand
So let me answer it in two ways. As an individual, I'm not content with it because of my morality and what I believe is right and wrong. When it comes to a superpower, I believe that it's justified for a superpower to manipulate the whole world to maintain its economy and superpower status.
Let me ask you
Okay.
this.
All right,
Let me ask you this. When the government of Iran advises parents to keep their teenage children home because if they are caught protesting, they will be killed. Is that the country you're trying to, discuss here? Because let's remember, these guys killed their own citizens for protesting. Is that who you're trying to defend, Anti?
No, what I'm trying to defend is just innocent murder, the people who are going to be killed in, the wake of the events that unfold.
Well,
right?
many people were killed.
I'm not going to say, I think these guys run their country great over there with their oppression and everything like that. No,
Many people were killed who protested against the government in general and were targeted and killed because they protested. So here in the United States, fuck yeah, death to Iran, fuck those motherfuckers. They hate freedom, and that's how I feel.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious how you guys felt about it, though.
Well, I think one thing, okay, say there's 50,000 people murdered in their own country for sharing their beliefs. Let's say we go in there and stop them and we kill 10,000 people. So are you putting and after that, 50,000 people don't get murdered. So those 10,000, is that better than the 50,000 that would have died if we wouldn't have intervened?
That's a hell of a hypothetical. I understand the question.
Yeah, you're
Well, why
kind
is
of
it
saying like some people have to die to save way more lives, which is like
That's right.
mathematically,
That's right.
which mathematically you'd think would make sense in a humane, humane way, right? Like, yeah.
But then that's knowing that would have been the outcome.
Well, you didn't know that the outcome would be 10,000 people would be killed with your military action either.
But you're stating that we know that there's going to be a fallout situation, that many lives are going to be lost, so we're going to take the
No,
risk
you got
to
it.
deal with it.
That's an educated guess, and you can make your Monday morning quarterback decision on if it was right or not. But if on pace, let's say it takes 5 years, and every year 100,000 people, or 10,000 people are getting murdered, and in your 5-year war only 10,000 total got murdered, then statistically on pace it would have been 50,000 people.
Okay, if you're basing it off of things like that, I understand what you're saying. If you're making a blitzkrieg move to stop something you think is going to happen, but all those 100,000 every year isn't part of the equation, that's what I thought you were saying. I understand.
Well,
if people are already being lost in mass, going and intervening in that situation to make those numbers go away, I understand exactly why that would happen.
So what do you guys think about like Netanyahu? Do you think he's just going around murdering everyone he doesn't like, and then he's just like, America, you're helping me do it, and then they just help, you guys just help him do it? Like, what do you think about that statement?
The Jews have one goal in mind, and that's to survive. So if there's somebody against them, then they're going to do whatever they can in their power to convince somebody else like America to help them to achieve their goal of eliminating the people that want to destroy them. So basically, you got a bunch of Jews over there that everybody in the surrounding area wants to kill. So you're desperate and you're going to want to do whatever. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, or they're right, or they've made their.
It's just the scenario, yeah.
Are you sure that it's just survival that's their goal? No expansion or any growth or anything like that?
I mean, I don't see that they're wanting to, expansion between themselves. They're not wanting to take a bunch of Muslims and convert them into Judaism.
No, but landmass, like Gaza being pushed out. I don't know what the end resolution of that is. I don't know what have you guys heard what the Board of Peace has come up with? Like, is Gaza going to run
Well,
itself?
have you heard that like Pakistan is supposedly like intermediate in the negotiations for surrender?
Huh?
Pakistan is
For Iran?
For the U.S. and Iran, yeah.
I did not hear that, no.
But Pakistan does not recognize Israel as a country.
But so they're not even listening to what Israel has to say. It's just us and Iran. Like Israel's not even part of the equation for the.
Therein lies the problem with that. So it's still, the whole thing is fucked up. It's got layers of bullshit because of the existence of Iran. A lot of the countries over there don't want to acknowledge Iran, and then on top of that there's this war, and you have Iran attacking other Arabic countries, which is really putting a wrench into the whole part of it, which is totally beneficial to us, which is great. Thank God they're attacking like the other Arabic countries, because that helps our cause.
It does, but it opens up conversation with those other countries in Iran because they don't want terrorist acts against them.
Yeah, but they're also somewhat powerful, and I feel like this might be their wake-up call.
Yeah, I don't
which
know.
I think is great.
Do you believe that Israel can exist without the power of the United States?
Yes, because they have nuclear weapons.
Those nuclear weapons run out at a certain point, right?
Their half-life, you mean?
No, I mean, once they shoot them, they better be very strategic, because if the United States doesn't back, even if the United States did back Israel and Israel used those nukes, I'm not sure we'd back them anymore at that point.
I don't know. That's a good question.
I just
You
think
guys
that-
want to back the Netanyahu, or
I don't. I'm not.
you guys
I'm not
fans of
partial.
Israel, or out of curiosity, like, since you guys are like, we got your back, boys, we'll go and bomb everyone, and the rest of the world's watching America be like Israel's best friend. Are you guys cool with that, or?
The only way I can respect what the United States is doing is for its own interest. If it's just for the interest of Israel, which I don't believe is the case, then we would definitely be just a lapdog for Israel. I do believe that our economy is affected by this whole crap, and we're going to come out on top if we put in the effort. The whole
At
attachment.
some point, it looks like we don't like you, we'll obliterate you. Like, that's not okay with me, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not saying it's moral. I'm saying, again, it has to do with power. We have Iran, which is not wanting to play ball and causing a lot of problems with the terrorism and all that crap, and supporting terrorism and controlling the port of the Strait of Hormuz and all that. It makes sense as a superpower to get rid of that situation and control the board.
Just seems like some things are packaged more nicely than others, but they're all going around killing people. It's still terrorism to me, whether you pretend you're on the right side or not. The right side or not.
Like RW just pointed out, and Anti, do you not see that there was some problematic aspects to Iran?
What did they have that was a problem with America, though? Like, what threat did they pose to you guys?
In reality, let me ask you this. Do you think they should have the ability to enrich uranium to the point where it's getting close to the ability to make a nuclear bomb? Are you comfortable with that?
I don't think that. I mean, let's just look at it from outside of the bubble where we are in the Western world and be over there. They don't like us. We don't like them. So I look at it like that. So you don't like them and they don't like you. And that's all there is to it, right?
There's a little bit of a nuance to it.
Why would I say you're right or they're right, or they're wrong or you're wrong, when it's really just that cultures that are raised to hate each other?
Well, let me tell you what I think. They are a fucking death cult, and they will kill the United States at any second that they could. And you guys are basically the hair on our scalp. So whatever we get, you're getting the fucking you're getting the fucking the winds that blow north. So we don't want these fucking guys to have the ability to attack us in North America, of which you and I are chumleys in here. Scumly.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, Doug?
Yeah, well, we were, except now you're president. Like, we hate you guys. So, and everyone around the world likes us, and lots of people hate you guys way more than people that hate us. So we're not really worried, because we know how many people we've gone around and been peacekeepers, and we're not going around killing people all around the world. Everyone has respect for us on a higher level than you guys. We only respect you guys out of fear of you guys threatening to go over and murder them all. I mean, so think about it. Yeah, you guys are the big dogs, okay, but we're like the guys that we don't have problems with everybody like you guys do. We don't have that same image around the world, so we're not quite as worried as everyone trying to kill us, you know? So it's different perspective. If anything, you're putting us in danger. You guys put us in danger. You're not protecting us. You've got us in a situation where everybody wants to bomb you guys, and we're your neighbors. So I think that it's just a different perspective from country to country, right? Now, I've traveled all over the States. I don't know if you've been all over Canada. So I have a different perspective probably, because I know a lot about your culture from all the way down to Tijuana, all the way up to where I live. And I don't know if, like, you guys understand our culture as much. So maybe there's another thing, you know?
Well, I know, like Quebecois, Montreal, and River Rouge, those areas of
That's
Quebec.
close to you, yeah.
I loved it. I love the Canadian people. I think they're great.
I don't really like Quebec.
Hardy
Here-
souls. Everyone up there seems to be ready to take on a grizzly bear, and it's a great trait. They're all hardy folk.
You talked about culture being a different culture, and if it's true that Shias believe that they need to destroy the earth to force the second coming of their Maitreya or their holy one, if that is a true belief, I don't want that culture to have nuclear weaponry.
Exactly.
So I do understand limiting that ability. But I mean, is it true?
I just know one thing, man, that the way you guys voted last election really fucked us over. So what ended up happening was, aside from the obvious and everything that got implemented by the new government or whatever, our government was about to vote in a conservative government that we wanted, man. And instead, what happened was when Trump got voted in, it gave the right side such a horrible name that nobody wanted to vote right all of a sudden. So we were going in the right direction. We were going to have a switch from liberals to conservatives. And then Trump got in and everyone said, oh, no, we don't want any right people because of Trump being all right, right?
Right.
And that's what happened. So we
That's
lost
crazy.
the government that we wanted because you guys voted in Trump. So now, I mean, I'm not blaming anyone for this, but like, that's what happened to our election. It got fucked over because fucking Trump got in and gave the right such a bad name that nobody here wanted to vote right.
Did Biden motivate you guys to not vote left during his period of time?
Biden?
Yeah.
Well, the problem was everyone got tricked into voting for the liberals because they legalized pot federally. So they tricked us. That's how easy it was.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're saying Trump is the reason why people don't want to vote right, I would think that it's fair that Biden would be a reason that you wouldn't want to vote left.
I think you're looking at that all wrong.
Yeah,
I think
but Biden was a lot quieter than Trump. Trump
Right.
was really fucking loud over here, man. You know what I mean? Like everyone,
Biden
didn't really even care to Biden. They just made fun of him for being, Sleepy Joe.
Weak and useless.
Biden's level of influencing Canada's politics was here.
Yeah.
Trump's level of influencing Canada's politics is up here. That's what he's saying.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so we wanted like that side of government, and then we couldn't get it because he gave them a bad name. That was exactly what happened. And it was like, that was the worst thing that Trump did for us without, doing anything to us just by getting voted in.
Even so, you've been sharing with me the craziness that's happening up there, the woke ideology crap that's going on up there.
Yeah,
So-
that's all they push, man.
I think that at a certain point in time, civilians are going to push back against it. You're going to have your own Trump.
Because of the percentages. So say that the LGBTQ whatever community is 10% of the population, we'll say.
10%.
How are you pushing that?
What do you live in Homoville? That's way too high.
Well, whatever, 7% of the population, whatever.
7?
Well,
fuck!
I don't know what it is, but I know
Don't let them
it's small.
troll you, Anthony. Don't let them
You
troll
got
you.
you got a difference of what you're thinking too. You have a level of the people that are actually part of that community, and then you got another group that is like sympathetic to that group, which
Right.
that group that's sympathetic to that group is much larger than the actual
Not even
group.
just sympathetic, like dying on the hill.
I just don't
Well,
understand.
and it's just cool. It's just that's the way to that's what's popular. That's what's hip. That's what's cool. My friends think this way. I'm gonna think the same way they do.
What's cool? What are you talking about, Aphid? Homo?
Well, just being okay. Well, I'm not saying you can't be
Homo?
because I'm
Are
okay
you
with.
going on
I'm
the
okay
homo?
with a homo.
Is it homo?
I'm okay with a homo, but I'm not
Wow.
like I don't care about like I understand that this is this is reality that we live in, and I try to stay
How
there.
long's it been okay for you to admit that?
Okay to admit what?
I don't know. You said it. I mean, I'm
He's been
dancing
pro
around.
homo for how many years now?
I'm not like anti-homo. That's the thing. People think that like
He's
if you
homo
if
neutral.
you like if you don't think that they you know should get this or should get that, or should have a bathroom,
Yeah,
for
what?
example,
I mean,
that
what are
you
we?
must hate them, and that's the wrong mentality. Because I don't think that we should have 3 bathrooms to compensate for such a small percentage of people that have their own issues in life. Doesn't
Well,
mean that I hate them. When that's what people think. They think that, oh, well, if you don't think that they should have a safe place to go to the bathroom, you must hate them, and that's not right. I don't hate them.
okay. I don't really know. I mean, it's not my area of expertise. So
You're the one you always think I'm too harsh, like the Dern brothers, for example. You think I don't like them because the one guy seems like he's a little femme.
is he?
And
You labeled him as such. So
no, I never did. You did. You labeled him that way. I think he's
Stop
just a
projecting,
dude that
Steve.
likes to have half his side of his head shaved and the other half have purple hair.
I mean, it's weird, but you're right. I don't know. They seem to be skeetering on the edge of homo gay stuff. So I don't really know.
see that. I just see that they're skaters.
You pointed it out to me. You were telling me
No,
how they
you
were.
did.
No,
I just said I didn't like that brother in particular, and you're
Oh,
like,
now
"Oh, it's because he's trans," and I'm like, "I don't
now
even think
you
he
have
is trans.
beef. In the old neighborhood, we call this beef. You got beef.
I got beef. I got
Now
beef.
they say soy.
Interesting.
What was your point with the 7 to 10% of society? Do you remember?
Oh, I was just saying, I think that like they were the narrative that they've been pushing, like with all this, gender equality stuff and the gay stuff and everything, like it just seemed to be such a small percentage of the population that is actually, identifying that way. That why the fuck would it matter, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why are you catering to such a small percentage? But then, like Aphid was saying, there's all their supporters, right?
I think that's what it is.
Which is like, okay, how big is that? Percentage of the entire population. Like, but still, yeah, it always seemed to me like I don't understand why they're pushing this agenda so hard if it's just such a small group of people trying to reach.
What percentage of
how can
society?
you end up thinking that's going to be successful if it's such a
What percentage of society do you think is sympathetic and supportive of the rainbow community? 75%? How many conservative Christian people are actually still pushing back on?
That's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know the answer.
I think it's a small percentage. I don't even think
I can tell you
Go
what
ahead.
I think.
Yeah.
I support them 100%. They're 100% American citizens, and that's really all I care about. Whether or not I support them in every facet of everything that I look at is irrelevant. But as American citizens, people like that are more than welcome to exist, of course. I mean, there should be no question about it. We're a country based on a constitution. This isn't some kind of a secular fucking democracy. It's a constitution.
Right, but where the people that are conservative are going to push back on it is where the line is. Are we going to allow people with a certain mindset push that onto children in society?
I don't know what you mean by push it onto children, because that part didn't come up here. But people should be able to have religious freedom. That's in the Constitution.
Yes, I'm just saying I think I agree. The percentage of conservative Christian or conservative civilians that are going to push back on the rainbow community is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it there. I'm one of those people. I want people to live their lives and have their freedoms and all that. I don't care about those things, but I do feel pretty bad for kids that are getting fucked over in the process of liberal ideology.
Fair point.
I don't like seeing the kids being with a child's mind, underage, getting influenced to think like, oh, maybe this is okay. Maybe I'm not happy with myself. I'll just turn to something else. Like, that's fucked up. And that's where society's going downhill. And the reason that they push this ideology, my belief of it is, it's RW's heard me say this 1,000 times. They praise the beta. They want to do anything they can to make us weaker as a society. So they want to destroy the old-fashioned family, because that's part of destroying generational wealth and carrying on anything and building up a strong, old-fashioned style family. They want us to be selfish. They want us to have less kids. They want us to be all wearing dresses if we're men. They don't want alpha men walking around who could maybe one day overthrow them. They don't want that. So the more they push for the other side and raise these next generations to all be a bunch of pussies, they'll be a lot easier to control.
I'm waiting for Aphid's question.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you had a question. My bad.
I'm surprised he didn't ask us. He has a very famous question that he asks when people use a certain word. And it didn't happen.
I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about my purchase earlier.
Oh, who is they? His famous question is, who is they?
Oh,
which I also use now. Thank you, Aphid.
Yeah.
Who is
they?
they?
There's always they.
The people who are pushing these agendas on us, you know who they are. You might have voted for them. Who
I
knows?
don't know who they are. I never know
anyone
who
in
they
power allowing this stuff to be pushed.
They're all on the same page?
For instance, like it'd be like if there's those people out there who say it's okay for a 15-year-old girl to get her tits cut off and become a boy. Well, those people support child mutilation as far as I'm concerned and are sick weirdos. So I don't know. I guess those are some of the they.
Yeah, no, there's individuals that it would push for legislation on that. And
Right.
then for a government to take that and then say to parents of the children, you don't have a right to tell that child, which you are the parent of, to stop them. They're an individual that can make this decision that we're allowing them to make. That's where I'm getting to the point of, what rights do I have? And I'm the type of American where it's like, you can take these rights from me from my cold dead fingers. That's where I'm at. Like if we're going to go into another pendulum swing back into the Biden COVID era, where America is going to go into this fantasy world where everybody can be whatever the hell they want to be, and the government supports that and stops you from protecting your children from that, they're going to have to take it from me.
All right, we're going to go ahead and bring this thing to an end.
Yeah, I felt it too.
Sorry,
Smoke
a little
Steve.
bit too much
I can
there.
see that, Steve. Nice.